Oh, I moved my screen so it pauses the share. Okay.
The Declaration of Independence is only 1,458 words. It can be read aloud in just a few minutes, but its meaning is not always clear. Its history is often debated, and its central claim that all men are created equal is still a subject of ongoing controversy. This year, as we get ready for a unique moment in our long and explosion-filled history of celebrating Independence Day, we are going to do something a little different. Instead of focusing on the familiar words of the Declaration itself, we're going to dig a little deeper into the question of the relationship between the Declaration and the U.S. Constitution. Stay with us as we look at this question, which may give us a new take on the meaning of the 4th of July. So, should these documents be read together, or do they serve different purposes?
This is a surprisingly difficult question to answer, even though the physical documents are usually kept close together, never to be separated like twins or the 4th of July and cheeseburgers.
The physical documents are practically inseparable. In August 1814, the Declaration and Constitution were saved from destruction by State Department clerks who moved them to the basement of a Georgian brick house in Leesburg, Virginia. During World War II, the two documents were rushed onto a Pullman car and accompanied by heavily armed government agents and shipped to Fort Knox for safekeeping. Since 1952, the two documents have made their home in the National Archives, protected by the most advanced security systems in the world. While physically the documents seem inseparable and written only 11 years apart, does that mean they serve the same purpose?
Several scholars say no.
Some scholars argue that they serve different purposes, and some even argue that the Constitution was written to undo some of the more idealistic principles of the Revolutionary Declaration.
Is the Constitution a fulfillment of the ideals of the Declaration? Or does the Constitution undo those ideals by placing checks on liberty and compromising with slavery? Let's start with the first view, that the Constitution and Declaration are at odds with each other.
Anti-Federalists, those who opposed the adoption of the Constitution, were the first to make this case. In 1787, as the Constitution was being debated, many anti-Federalists believed that the Constitution was a dangerous turn away from their vision of a new nation as an aggregation of free and independent states. A few even worried that the new Constitution, which favored a large republic and a stronger central government, would threaten the rights-based limited government vision of the Declaration. According to this view, the Declaration was a statement of small and limited government. For the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to be secure, the government had to be close to the people and limited in size and power. In their view, the Constitution was a dangerous deviation from these principles. There are a number of variants of what is sometimes called the rejectionist position. In the 1860s, Southern leaders, including Alexander Stephens, argued that the Declaration was being used to undermine the Union. Stephens once argued in his notorious and widely condemned Cornerstone speech, the Declaration of Independence was erroneous. The foundation of the new government in the South was based on the principle that all men are not equal. Stephens insisted a new peace could only be secured if we abandoned the Declaration as a founding document and as a guide for a revised post-war constitution. This was not an uncommon view in the South during the Civil War era. Abraham Lincoln's political rival, Stephen A. Douglas, argued that popular sovereignty, not human equality, was the most important guiding principle in the Declaration of Independence. John C. Calhoun argued that the idea of universal human equality began and ended in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Everyone else is born into various modes of superiority and subjugation. Therefore, the Declaration of Independence could only be viewed as a mistake. Calhoun called it a poisonous fruit that would result in the destruction of the Union.
The rejectionist view is accepted by some scholars today, but for quite different reasons.
Some follow the progressive historian Charles Beard, who argued that the Constitution itself is flawed. For Beard and historians who follow in his footsteps, the framers of the U.S. Constitution had betrayed the principles of the Declaration of Independence. The 1787 founding is to be viewed as an oligarchic coup, which toppled the mighty ideals of equality at the heart of our most important national document. Finally, a large and influential group of legal scholars and historians argue that, while the Declaration is not unimportant, It simply has no authority in constitutional law. While the Declaration is not antithetical to the Constitution, they argue that it has little practical value in deciding important cases that wind up in the Supreme Court.
Now let's explore the other side.
Those who view the two documents as inseparable make strong claims worth exploring. First, they point out that the country did not begin in 1787. Rather, the nation grew from a collection of seedling colonies through a series of evolutionary stages, the most critical stage of the nation's existence being the Declaration of Independence. It expressed the revolutionary self-evident principle that all men are created equal and that all people, regardless of race, class, or any other secondary characteristic, have basic rights that cannot be taken away. The Constitution enjoys its authority today because of the existence of the Declaration, and the Declaration only. With this in mind, the American government obtains its power to make decisions and protect rights from the people only on the foundational principle of consent. The Constitution is amendable because of the argument stated in the Declaration that no government is absolute. If the government does not protect the rights of the people have a right to alter or abolish the government.
Constitutional scholar Randy Barnett phrases it succinctly. The U.S. Constitution is best understood as the means to the ends of the political theory found in the 1776 Declaration of Independence. The Declaration is primary because it correctly identifies the political theory on which the United States was founded.
Yet another group of scholars find a compromise between the two views. Neither document, they argue, is primary. Instead, they are mutually reinforcing.
In the words of Dr. William B. Allen, they are necessary and reciprocal supports.
This perspective, which is sometimes called the fusionist view, can be traced back to the abolitionist movement in the 1840s and 50s. One of the most important defenders of this view was the African-American abolitionist, orator, and social reformer Frederick Douglass. In one of his greatest speeches, The Meaning of the 4th of July, Douglass said that the Declaration was the ring bolt to the chain of the nation's destiny. The principles of the Declaration were saving principles and the only guidance through the approaching conflict. In an unforgettable passage, Douglass enjoined his audience to cling to the principles of 1776 like a storm-tossed mariner. Abraham Lincoln agreed with Douglass and would become the most famous exponent of the idea that the two documents are mutually reinforcing reciprocal supports. During the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln defended his long-standing view that the Union is much older than the Constitution. To illustrate, have you ever wondered why Lincoln marked the occasion with the phrase 7 years ago?
A score is equal to 20 years, and so when Lincoln says that 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, Lincoln is referencing a point 87 years in the past.
The Gettysburg Address was delivered on November 19, 1863. 1863 minus 87 is 1776, the year of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. By tracing nationhood to the Declaration, Lincoln was aiming at two intertwined goals. First was his intent to weaken the South's justification for secession. Second was his moral argument that reached to the heart of the meaning of the American founding. By tracing nationhood back to 1776, Lincoln strengthened the majority view that the U.S. Constitution was fundamentally at odds with slavery. While both Lincoln and Frederick Douglass acknowledged that slavery had been contemplated in the political act of writing a constitution, both men disagreed with those, like William Lloyd Garrison, that the U.S. Constitution was a pro-slavery instrument. In Garrison's words, a covenant with death and an agreement with hell.
Countering that view, both Lincoln and Frederick Douglass pointed out that a historically informed view of the U.S. Constitution would take into account both the ways in which the Constitution had failed to live up to the ideals of 1776 and in the ways which it had succeeded. In Douglass's words, if the South has made the Constitution bend to the purposes of slavery, let the North now make that instrument bend to the cause of freedom and justice.
As we approach the 4th of July this year, and in the spirit of the abolitionist Frederick Douglass, Perhaps we can learn to think more about the ways in which the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution inform and support each other, often in surprising but important ways.
What do you think? Which of these positions
Words,
is most
if
persuasive
the South
to
has
you?
made the
Let
Constitution
us know what you think in the comments below.
Before we end, we want to answer one of our most frequently asked questions. Every few years, an old draft or copy of the first official printing of the Declaration seems to pop up somewhere. In 2018, a Declaration broadside was found and sold at auction for $1.2 million. Are there still copies floating around, and could a copy be in your grandparents' attic? The answer is yes. And to find out, we recommend giving Grandma or Grandpa a call to say hi and to see if you can help give it a clean. With that recommendation out of the way, thanks for watching. And if you are interested in finding out more, take a look at our curated reading list in the description. We wish you a happy 4th of July.
The 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified on August 26, 1920, and it states that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. This was a groundbreaking amendment to the Constitution because it granted women the right to vote in all elections. The road to ratification was a long one. The debate surrounding what would eventually become the 19th Amendment spanned 41 years in Congress. Closely connected to the 19th Amendment is the Edmunds-Tucker Act. This was an act of Congress that initially set out to restrict the practice of polygamy in the United States, but also took away women's right to vote in the Utah Territory. This is very significant because women in Utah had had the right to vote for 17 years prior to the passage of the Edmunds-Tucker Act in 1887. A team of student researchers at Utah Valley University has modeled the Edmunds-Tucker Act and portions of the 19th Amendment. Because the ratification process of the 19th Amendment spanned 41 years, the portions we have modeled include everything from the first proposal to the first vote, as well as the final proposal of the amendment.
Working here at the center with something like Quill, I'm conducting research, and the directors are here to help guide us and to help us navigate things as we go along, but it's really student-led in that we are doing research and we are having to think like graduate students while still being undergraduate students. So I think it's just, I imagine what I've been doing for the last 2 years here at the center is essentially what I would be doing for the first 2 years of a graduate program. So I think it's been just unbelievably helpful in that respect.
So the center has helped me expand the belief of what I'm capable of. Where I first thought it had to be linear and rigid and all I need to do is graduate, the center has helped me expand my belief in what it means to be an undergraduate student. I can be doing research and completing essays and working with professors in a mentorship position more than just a consultant or just an educator. These people are really interested in my future and what I want to bring to eventually all of our futures. I believe the people here in the center believe we're capable of change. So when I talk to them and they're talking to me about what career paths are available or what opportunities are here in the center, they mean it. They're talking to you sincerely and they really do want to see the center make a difference in your life so that you can go on and make differences in the future. And that is something that really opened my mind to the possibilities of what is available to me. And that has been a critical part of being in the center.
My biggest motivator for applying to the center was I felt like I was working on political science, and then when I left school I was doing whatever job to kind of make ends meet. And it's really like a situation where you've got one foot in your education and in the field that you want to study, and then you have another foot that's wherever the wind blows, kind of like I'm just getting by, getting myself through college. And for me, working at the center was a way to get both of my feet into political science and constitutional studies, so I can really just immerse myself in it. And it becomes not only my education in what I'm doing in parts of my free time, but also a means to make money, which has been great. It's allowed me to really excel, I think, and gain an edge in my studies.
One of the great things with the center is always paying attention, not just what you're doing now, but what's next. And a lot of the administrators here provide great mentorship opportunities to us as students. So I've been able to get a better grasp of what can I be expected to be doing in my first year of law school, and keeping that mindset when doing my work here at the center. So understanding that in my first year of law school, I'm going to be doing a lot of research into case law and legislative intent behind some very famous decisions. But being able to understand how to conduct that research, especially within Quill itself, because of the center, I think has helped me just better prepare and have a lot more confidence, knowing that I have a head start in doing the amount of research and the amount of reading that will be expected from me in my first year of law school. So what I would tell any freshman or sophomore in the program with aspirations for law school, I would let them know to take full advantage of the opportunities available here at the center, because the networking opportunities, the relationships you build here, and just the competency that you're going to gain in writing and conducting research is unparalleled at any college institution. Quite frankly, a lot of the research we're doing is comparable to that of any postgraduate institution. So I would tell any freshman or sophomore, if they want to stand out in the application process, whatever their goals after their undergraduate degree is, the Constitutional Studies Center is the absolute best place to be in the best position possible to fully take advantage of any opportunity that they want to seek out.
So I got involved with the center back in August of 2019. What I've been impressed with from day one is the Institute recognizes its contribution to academics, its contribution to you as students, as you view, but they also recognize they've got a blind spot, and it's teaching. With Rod and Andy and Scott, from day one, they're like, we are experts in this, but we don't know what classroom teachers need. What do you need? And that has been so refreshing to work with the university. And not all universities approach high school with questions. Instead, they come more with mandates and saying, this is what we're going to do because this is the need we see, which is a good approach because they do have an expertise about what they need. But what I appreciate about the center is they came and said, this is what we want. What do you need? And that approach has been the best partnership with high schools I've ever worked with.
The Declaration of Independence is only 1,458 words. It can be read aloud in just a few minutes, but its meaning is not always clear. Its history is often debated, and its central claim that all men are created equal is still a subject of ongoing controversy. This year, as we get ready for a unique moment in our long and explosion-filled history of celebrating Independence Day, we are going to do something a little different. Instead of focusing on the familiar words of the Declaration itself, we're going to dig a little deeper into the question of the relationship between the Declaration and the U.S. Constitution. Stay with us as we look at this question, which may give us a new take on the meaning of the 4th of July. So, should these documents be read together, or do they serve different purposes?
This is a surprisingly difficult question to answer, even though the physical documents are usually kept close together, never to be separated like twins or the 4th of July and cheeseburgers.
The physical documents are practically inseparable. In August 1814, the Declaration and Constitution were saved from destruction by State Department clerks, who moved them to the basement of a Georgian brick house in Leesburg, Virginia. During World War II, the two documents were rushed onto a Pullman car and accompanied by heavily armed government agents and shipped to Fort Knox for safekeeping. Since 1952, the two documents have made their home in the National Archives, protected by the most advanced security systems in the world. While physically the documents seem inseparable and written only 11 years apart, does that mean they serve the same purpose?
Several scholars say no.
Some scholars argue that they serve different purposes, and some even argue that the Constitution was written to undo some of the more idealistic principles of the Revolutionary Declaration.
Is the Constitution a fulfillment of the ideals of the Declaration? Or does the Constitution undo those ideals by placing checks on liberty and compromising with slavery? Let's start with the first view, that the Constitution and Declaration are at odds with each other.
Anti-Federalists, those who opposed the adoption of the Constitution, were the first to make this case. In 1787, as the Constitution was being debated, many anti-Federalists believed that the Constitution was a dangerous turn away from their vision of a new nation as an aggregation of free and independent states. A few even worried that the new Constitution, which favored a large republic and a stronger central government, would threaten the rights-based limited government vision of the Declaration. According to this view, the Declaration was a statement of small and limited government. For the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to be secure, the government had to be close to the people and limited in size and power. In their view, the Constitution was a dangerous deviation from these principles. There are a number of variants of what is sometimes called the rejectionist position. In the 1860s, Southern leaders, including Alexander Stephens, argued that the Declaration was being used to undermine the Union. Stephens once argued in his notorious and widely condemned Cornerstone speech, the Declaration of Independence was erroneous. The foundation of the new government in the South was based on the principle that all men are not equal. Stephens insisted a new peace could only be secured in the Declaration as a founding document and as a guide for a revised post-war constitution. This was not an uncommon view in the South during the Civil War era. Abraham Lincoln's political rival, Stephen A. Douglas, argued that popular sovereignty, not human equality, was the most important guiding principle in the Declaration of Independence. John C. Calhoun argued that the idea of universal human equality began and ended in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Everyone else is born into various modes of superiority and subjugation. Therefore, the Declaration of Independence could only be viewed as a mistake. Calhoun called it a poisonous fruit that would result in the destruction of the Union.
The rejectionist view is accepted by some scholars today, but for quite different reasons.
Some follow the progressive historian Charles Beard, who argued that the Constitution itself is flawed. For Beard and historians who follow in his footsteps, the framers of the U.S. Constitution had betrayed the principles of the Declaration of Independence. The 1787 founding is to be viewed as an oligarchic coup, which toppled the mighty ideals of equality at the heart of our most important national document. Finally, a large and influential group of legal scholars and historians argue that, while the Declaration is not unimportant, it simply has no authority in constitutional law. While the Declaration is not antithetical to the Constitution, they argue that it has little practical value in deciding important cases that wind up in the Supreme Court.
Now let's explore the other side.
Those who view the two documents as inseparable make strong claims worth exploring. First, they point out that the country did not begin in 1787. Rather, the nation grew from a collection of seedling colonies through a series of evolutionary stages, the most critical stage of the nation's existence being the Declaration of Independence. It expressed the revolutionary self-evident principle that all men are created equal and that all people, regardless of race, class, or any other secondary characteristic, have basic rights that cannot be taken away. The Constitution enjoys its authority today because of the existence of the Declaration, and the Declaration only. With this in mind, the American government obtains its power to make decisions and protect rights from the people only on the foundational principle of consent. The Constitution is amendable because of the argument stated in the Declaration that no government is absolute. If the government does not protect the rights of the people have a right to alter or abolish the government.
Constitutional scholar Randy Barnett phrases it succinctly. The U.S. Constitution is best understood as the means to the ends of the political theory found in the 1776 Declaration of Independence, The Declaration is primary because it correctly identifies the political theory on which the United States was founded.
Yet another group of scholars find a compromise between the two views. Neither document, they argue, is primary. Instead, they are mutually reinforcing.
In the words of Dr. William B. Allen, they are necessary and reciprocal supports.
This perspective, which is sometimes called the fusionist view, can be traced back to the abolitionist movement in the 1840s and 50s. One of the most important defenders of this view was the African-American abolitionist, orator, and social reformer Frederick Douglass. In one of his greatest speeches, The Meaning of the 4th of July, Douglass said that the Declaration was the ring bolt to the chain of the nation's destiny. The principles of the Declaration were saving principles and the only guidance through the approaching conflict. In an unforgettable passage, Douglass enjoined his audience to cling to the principles of 1776 like a storm-tossed mariner. Abraham Lincoln agreed with Douglass and would become the most famous exponent of the idea that the two documents are mutually reinforcing reciprocal supports. During the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln defended his long-standing view that the Union is much older than the Constitution. To illustrate, have you ever wondered why Lincoln marked the occasion with the phrase 7 years ago?
A score is equal to 20 years, and so when Lincoln says that 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, Lincoln is referencing a point 87 years in the past.
The Gettysburg Address was delivered on November 19, 1863. 1863 minus 87 is 1776, the year of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. By tracing nationhood to the Declaration, Lincoln was aiming at two intertwined goals. First was his intent to weaken the South's justification for secession. Second was his moral argument that reached to the heart of the meaning of the American founding. By tracing nationhood back to 1776, Lincoln strengthened the majority view that the U.S. Constitution was fundamentally at odds with slavery. While both Lincoln and Frederick Douglass acknowledged that slavery had been contemplated in the political act of writing a constitution, both men disagreed with those, like William Lloyd Garrison, that the U.S. Constitution was a pro-slavery instrument. In Garrison's words, a covenant with death and an agreement with hell.
Countering that view, both Lincoln and Frederick Douglass pointed out that a historically informed view of the U.S. Constitution would take into account both the ways in which the Constitution had failed to live up to the ideals of 1776 and in the ways which it had succeeded. In Douglass's words, if the South has made the Constitution bend to the purposes of slavery, let the North now make that instrument bend to the cause of freedom and justice.
As we approach the 4th of July this year, and in the spirit of the abolitionist Frederick Douglass, perhaps we can learn to think more about the ways in which the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution inform and support each other, often in surprising but important ways.
What do you think? Which of these positions is most persuasive to you? Let us know what you think in the comments below.
Before we end, we want to answer one of our most frequently asked questions. Every few years, an old draft or copy of the first official printing of the Declaration seems to pop up somewhere. In 2018, a Declaration broadside was found and sold at auction for $1.2 million. Are there still copies floating around, and could a copy be in your grandparents' attic? The answer is yes. And to find out, we recommend giving Grandma or Grandpa a call to say hi and to see if you can help give it a clean. With that recommendation out of the way, thanks for watching. And if you are interested in finding out more, take a look at our curated reading list in the description. We wish you a happy 4th of July.
The 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified on August 26, 1920, and it states that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. This was a groundbreaking amendment to the Constitution because it granted women the right to vote in all elections. The road to ratification was a long one. The debate surrounding what would eventually become the 19th Amendment spanned 41 years in Congress. Closely connected to the 19th Amendment is the Edmunds-Tucker Act. This was an act of Congress that initially set out to restrict the practice of polygamy in the United States, but also took away women's right to vote in the Utah Territory. This is very significant because women in Utah had had the right to vote for 17 years prior to the passage of the Edmunds-Tucker Act in 1887. A team of student researchers at Utah Valley University has modeled the Edmunds-Tucker Act and portions of the 19th Amendment. Because the ratification process of the 19th Amendment spanned 41 years, the portions we have modeled include everything from the first proposal to the first vote, as well as the final proposal of the amendment.
Working here at the center with something like Quill, I mean, I'm conducting research, and the directors are here to help guide us and to help us navigate things as we go along, but it's really student-led in that we are doing research and we are having to think like graduate students while still being undergraduate students. So I think it's just, I imagine what I've been doing for the last 2 years here at the center is essentially what I would be doing for the first 2 years of a graduate program. So I think it's been just unbelievable.
Where I first thought it had to be linear and rigid and all I need to do is graduate, the center has helped me expand my belief in what it means to be an undergraduate student. I can be doing research and completing essays and working with professors in a mentorship position more than just a consultant or just an educator. These people are really interested in my future and what I want to bring to eventually all of our futures. I believe the people here in the center believe we're capable of change. So when I talk to them and they're talking to me about what career paths are available or what opportunities are here in the center, they mean it. They're talking to you sincerely and they really do want to see the center make a difference in your life so that you can go on and make differences in the future. And that is something that really opened my mind to the possibilities of what is available to me. And that has been a critical part of being in the center.
My biggest motivator for applying to the center was I felt like I was working on political science, and then when I left school I was doing whatever job to kind of make ends meet. And it's really like a situation where you've got one foot in your education and in the field that you want to study, and then you have another foot that's wherever the wind blows, kind of like I'm just getting by, getting myself through college. And for me, working at the center was a way to get both of my feet into political science and constitutional studies, so I can really just immerse myself in it. And it becomes not only my education and what I'm doing in parts of my free time, but also a means to make money, which has been great. It's allowed me to really excel, I think, and gain an edge in my studies.
One of the great things with the center is always paying attention, not just what you're doing now, but what's next. And a lot of the administrators here provide great mentorship opportunities to us as students. So I've been able to get a better grasp of what can I be expected to be doing in my first year of law school, and keeping that mindset when doing my work here at the center. So understanding that in my first year of law school, I'm going to be doing a lot of research into case law and legislative intent behind some very famous decisions. But being able to understand how to conduct that research, especially within Quill itself, because of the center, I think has helped me just better prepare and have a lot more confidence, knowing that I have a head start in doing the amount of research and the amount of reading that will be expected from me in my first year of law school. So what I would tell any freshman or sophomore in the program with aspirations for law school, I would let them know to take full advantage of the opportunities available here at the center, because the networking opportunities, the relationships you build here, and just the competency that you're going to gain in writing and conducting research is unparalleled at any college institution. Quite frankly, a lot of the research we're doing is comparable to that of any postgraduate institution. So I would tell any freshman or sophomore, if they want to stand out in the application process, whatever their goals after their undergraduate degree is, the Constitutional Studies Center is the absolute best place to be in the best position possible to fully take advantage of any opportunity that they want to seek out.
So I got involved with the center back in August of 2019. What I've been impressed with from day one is the Institute recognizes its contribution to academics, its contribution to you as students as you view, but they also recognize they've got a blind spot, and it's teaching. With Rod and Andy and Scott, from day one, they're like, we are experts in this, but we don't know what classroom teachers need. What do you need? And that has been so refreshing to work with the university. And not all universities approach high school with questions. Instead, they come more with mandates and saying, this is what we're going to do because this is the need we see, which is a good approach because they do have an expertise about what they need. But what I appreciate about the center is they came and said, this is what we want. What do you need? And that approach has been the best partnership with high schools I've ever worked with.
The Declaration of Independence is only 1,458 words. It can be read aloud in just a few minutes, but its meaning is not always clear. Its history is often debated, and its central claim that all men are created equal is still a subject of ongoing controversy. This year, as we get ready for a unique moment in our long and explosion-filled history of celebrating Independence Day, we are going to do something a little different. Instead of focusing on the familiar words of the Declaration itself, we're going to dig a little deeper into the question of the relationship between the Declaration and the U.S. Constitution. Stay with us as we look at this question, which may give us a new take on the meaning of the 4th of July. So, should these documents be read together, or do they serve different purposes?
This is a surprisingly difficult question to answer, even though the physical documents are usually kept close together, never to be separated like twins or the 4th of July and cheeseburgers.
The physical documents are practically inseparable. In August 1814, the Declaration and Constitution were saved from destruction by State Department clerks, who moved them to the basement of a Georgian brick house in Leesburg, Virginia. During World War II, the two documents were rushed onto a Pullman car and accompanied by heavily armed government agents and shipped to Fort Knox for safekeeping. Since 1952, the two documents have made their home in the National Archives, protected by the most advanced security systems in the world. While physically the documents seem inseparable and written only 11 years apart, does that mean they serve the same purpose?
Several scholars say no.
Some scholars argue that they serve different purposes, and some even argue that the Constitution was written to undo some of the more idealistic principles of the Revolutionary Declaration.
Is the Constitution a fulfillment of the ideals of the Declaration? Or does the Constitution undo those ideals by placing checks on liberty and compromising with slavery? Let's start with the first view, that the Constitution and Declaration are at odds with each other.
Anti-Federalists, those who opposed the adoption of the Constitution, were the first to make this case. In 1787, as the Constitution was being debated, many anti-Federalists believed that the Constitution was a dangerous turn away from their vision of a new nation as an aggregation of free and independent states. A few even worried that the new Constitution, which favored a large republic and a stronger central government, would threaten the rights-based limited government vision of the Declaration. According to this view, the Declaration was a statement of small and limited government. For the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to be secure, the government had to be close to the people and limited in size and power. In their view, the Constitution was a dangerous deviation from these principles. There are a number of variants of what is sometimes called the rejectionist position. In the 1860s, Southern leaders, including Alexander Stephens, argued that the Declaration was being used to undermine the Union. Stephens once argued in his notorious and widely condemned Cornerstone speech, The Declaration of Independence was erroneous. The foundation of the new government in the South was based on the principle that all men are not equal. Stevens insisted a new peace could only be secured if we abandoned the Declaration as a founding document and as a guide for a revised post-war constitution. This was not an uncommon view in the South during the Civil War era. Abraham Lincoln's political rival, Stephen A. Douglas, argued that popular sovereignty, not human equality, was the most important guiding principle in the Declaration of Independence. John C. Calhoun argued that the idea of universal human equality began and ended in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Everyone else is born into various modes of superiority and subjugation. Therefore, the Declaration of Independence could only be viewed as a mistake. Calhoun called it a poisonous fruit that would result in the destruction of the Union.
The rejectionist view is accepted by some scholars today, but for quite different reasons.
Some follow the progressive historian Charles Beard, who argued that the Constitution itself is flawed. For Beard and historians who follow in his footsteps, the framers of the U.S. Constitution had betrayed the principles of the Declaration of Independence. The 1787 founding is to be viewed as an oligarchic coup, which toppled the mighty ideals of equality at the heart of our most important national document. Finally, a large and influential group of legal scholars and historians argue that, while the Declaration is not unimportant, it simply has no authority in constitutional law. While the Declaration is not antithetical to the Constitution, they argue that it has little practical value in deciding important cases that wind up in the Supreme Court.
Now let's explore the other side.
Those who view the two documents as inseparable make strong claims worth exploring. First, they point out that the country did not begin in 1787. Rather, the nation grew from a collection of seedling colonies through a series of evolutionary stages, the most critical stage of the nation's existence being the Declaration of Independence. It expressed the revolutionary self-evident principle that all men are created equal and that all people, regardless of race, class, or any other secondary characteristic, have basic rights that cannot be taken away. The Constitution enjoys its authority today because of the existence of the Declaration, and the Declaration only. With this in mind, the American government obtains its power to make decisions and protect rights from the people only on the foundational principle of consent. The Constitution is amendable because of the argument stated in the Declaration that no government is absolute. If the government does not protect the rights of the people have a right to alter or abolish the government.
Constitutional scholar Randy Barnett phrases it succinctly. The U.S. Constitution is best understood as the means to the ends of the political theory found in the 1776 Declaration of Independence. The Declaration is primary because it correctly identifies the political theory on which the United States was founded.
Yet another group of scholars find a compromise between the two views. Neither document, they argue, is primary. Instead, they are mutually reinforcing.
In the words of Dr. William B. Allen, they are necessary and reciprocal supports.
This perspective, which is sometimes called the fusionist view, can be traced back to the abolitionist movement in the 1840s and 50s. One of the most important defenders of this view was the African-American abolitionist, orator, and social reformer Frederick Douglass. In one of his greatest speeches, The Meaning of the 4th of July, Douglass said that the Declaration was the ring bolt to the chain of the nation's destiny. The principles of the Declaration were saving principles and the only guidance through the approaching conflict. In an unforgettable passage, Douglass enjoined his audience to cling to the principles of 1776 like a storm-tossed mariner. Abraham Lincoln agreed with Douglass and would become the most famous exponent of the idea that the two documents are mutually reinforcing reciprocal supports. During the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln defended his long-standing view that the Union is much older than the Constitution. To illustrate, have you ever wondered why Lincoln marked the occasion with the phrase 7 years ago?
A score is equal to 20 years, and so when Lincoln says that 7 years ago, Our fathers brought forth upon this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, Lincoln is referencing a point 87 years in the past.
The Gettysburg Address was delivered on November 19, 1863. 1863 minus 87 is 1776, the year of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. By tracing nationhood to the Declaration, Lincoln was aiming at two intertwined goals. First was his intent to weaken the South's justification for secession. Second was his moral argument that reached to the heart of the meaning of the American founding. By tracing nationhood back to 1776, Lincoln strengthened the majority view that the U.S. Constitution was fundamentally at odds with slavery. While both Lincoln and Frederick Douglass acknowledged that slavery had been contemplated in the political act of writing a constitution, both men disagreed with those, like William Lloyd Garrison, that the U.S. Constitution was a pro-slavery instrument. In Garrison's words, a covenant with death and an agreement with hell.
Countering that view, both Lincoln and Frederick Douglass pointed out that a historically informed view of the U.S. Constitution would take into account both the ways in which the Constitution had failed to live up to the ideals of 1776 and in the ways which it had succeeded. In Douglass's words, if the South has made the Constitution bend to the purposes of slavery, let the North now make that instrument bend to the cause of freedom and justice.
As we approach the 4th of July this year, and in the spirit of the abolitionist Frederick Douglass, perhaps we can learn to think more about the ways in which the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution inform and support each other, often in surprising but important ways.
What do you think? Which of these positions is most persuasive to you? Let us know what you think in the comments below.
Before we end, we want to answer one of our most frequently asked questions. Every few years, an old draft or copy of the first official printing of the Declaration seems to pop up somewhere. In 2018, a Declaration broadside was found and sold at auction for $1.2 million. Are there still copies floating around, and could a copy be in your grandparents' attic? The answer is yes. And to find out, we recommend giving Grandma or Grandpa a call to say hi and to see if you can help give it a clean. With that recommendation out of the way, thanks for watching. And if you are interested in finding out more, take a look at our curated reading list in the description. We wish you a happy 4th of July.
The 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified on August 26, 1920, and it states that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. This was a groundbreaking amendment to the Constitution because it granted women the right to vote in all elections. The road to ratification was a long one. The debate surrounding what would eventually become the 19th Amendment spanned 41 years in Congress. Closely connected to the 19th Amendment is the Edmunds-Tucker Act. This was an act of Congress that initially set out to restrict the practice of polygamy in the United States, but also took away women's right to vote in the Utah Territory. This is very significant because women in Utah had had the right to vote for 17 years prior to the passage of the Edmunds-Tucker Act in 1887. A team of student researchers at Utah Valley University has modeled the Edmunds-Tucker Act and portions of the 19th Amendment. Because the ratification process of the 19th Amendment spanned 41 years, the portions we have modeled include everything from the first proposal to the first vote, as well as the final proposal of the amendment.
Working here at the center with something like Quill, I'm conducting research, and the directors are here to help guide us and to help us navigate things as we go along, but it's really student-led in that we are doing research and we are having to think like graduate students while still being undergraduate students. So I think it's just, I imagine what I've been doing for the last 2 years here at the center is essentially what I would be doing for the first 2 years of a graduate program. So I think it's been just unbelievably helpful in that respect.
So the center has helped me expand the belief of what I'm capable of. where I first thought it had to be linear and rigid and all I need to do is graduate, the center has helped me expand my belief in what it means to be an undergraduate student. I can be doing research and completing essays and working with professors in a mentorship position more than just a consultant or just an educator. These people are really interested in my future and what I want to bring to eventually all of our futures. I believe the people here in the center believe we're capable of change. So when I talk to them and they're talking to me about what career paths are available or what opportunities are here in the center, they mean it. They're talking to you sincerely and they really do want to see the center make a difference in your life so that you can go on and make differences in the future. And that is something that really opened my mind to the possibilities of what is available to me. And that has been a critical part of being in the center.
My biggest motivator for applying to the center was I felt like I was working on political science, and then when I left school I was doing whatever job to kind of make ends meet. And it's really like a situation where you've got one foot in your education and in the field that you want to study, and then you have another foot that's wherever the wind blows, kind of like I'm just getting by, getting myself through college. And for me, working at the center was a way to get both of my feet into political science and constitutional studies, so I can really just immerse myself in it. And it becomes not only my education and what I'm doing in parts of my free time, but also a means to make money, which has been great. It's allowed me to really excel, I think, and gain an edge in my studies.
One of the great things with the center is always paying attention, not just what you're doing now, but what's next. And a lot of the administrators here provide great mentorship opportunities to us as students. So I've been able to get a better grasp of what can I be expected to be doing in my first year of law school, and keeping that mindset when doing my work here. Understanding that in my first year of law school, I'm going to be doing a lot of research into case law and legislative intent behind some very famous decisions. But being able to understand how to conduct that research, especially within Quill itself, because of the center, I think has helped me just better prepare and have a lot more confidence, knowing that I have a head start in doing the amount of research and the amount of reading that will be expected from me in my first year of law school. So what I would tell any freshman or sophomore in the program with aspirations for law school, I would let them know to take full advantage of the opportunities available here at the center, because the networking opportunities, the relationships you build here, and just the competency that you're going to gain in writing and conducting research is unparalleled at any college institution. Quite frankly, a lot of the research we're doing is comparable to that of any postgraduate institution. So I would tell any freshman or sophomore, if they want to stand out in the application process, whatever their goals after their undergraduate degree is, the Constitutional Studies Center is the absolute best place to be in the best position possible to fully take advantage of any opportunity that they want to seek out.
So I got involved with the center back in August of 2019. What I've been impressed with from day one is the Institute recognizes its contribution to academics, its contribution to you as students as you view, but they also recognize they've got a blind spot, and it's teaching. With Rod and Andy and Scott, from day one, they're like, we are experts in this, but we don't know what classroom teachers need. What do you need? And that has been so refreshing to work with the university. And not all universities approach high school with questions. Instead, they come more with mandates and saying, this is what we're going to do because this is the need we see, which is a good approach because they do have an expertise about what they need. But what I appreciate about the center is they came and said, this is what we want. What do you need? And that approach has been the best partnership with high schools I've ever worked with.
The Declaration of Independence is only 1,458 words. It can be read aloud in just a few minutes, but its meaning is not always clear. Its history is often debated, and its central claim that all men are created equal is still a subject of ongoing controversy. This year, as we get ready for a unique moment in our long and explosion-filled history of celebrating Independence Day, we are going to do something a little different. Instead of focusing on the familiar words of the Declaration itself, we're going to dig a little deeper into the question of the relationship between the Declaration and the U.S. Constitution. Stay with us as we look at this question, which may give us a new take on the meaning of the 4th of July. So, should these documents be read together, or do they serve different purposes?
This is a surprisingly difficult question to answer, even though the physical documents are usually kept close together, never to be separated like twins or the 4th of July and cheeseburgers.
The physical documents are practically inseparable. In August 1814, the Declaration and Constitution were saved from destruction by State Department clerks who moved them to the basement of a Georgian brick house in Leesburg, Virginia. During World War II, the two documents were rushed onto a Pullman car and accompanied by heavily armed government agents and shipped to Fort Knox for safekeeping. Since 1952, the two documents have made their home in the National Archives, protected by the most advanced security systems in the world. While physically the documents seem inseparable and written only 11 years apart, does that mean they serve the same purpose?
Several scholars say no.
Some scholars argue that they serve different purposes, and some even argue that the Constitution was written to undo some of the more idealistic principles of the Revolutionary Declaration.
Is the Constitution a fulfillment of the ideals of the Declaration? Or does the Constitution undo those ideals by placing checks on liberty and compromising with slavery? Let's start with the first view, that the Constitution and Declaration are at odds with each other.
Anti-Federalists, those who opposed the adoption of the Constitution, were the first to make this case. In 1787, as the Constitution was being debated, many anti-Federalists believed that the Constitution was a dangerous turn away from their vision of a new nation as an aggregation of free and independent states. A few even worried that the new Constitution, which favored a large republic and a stronger central government, would threaten the rights-based limited government vision of the Declaration. According to this view, the Declaration was a statement of small and limited government. For the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to be secure, the government had to be close to the people and limited in size and power. In their view, the Constitution was a dangerous deviation from these principles. There are a number of variants of what is sometimes called the rejectionist position. In the 1860s, Southern leaders, including Alexander Stephens, argued that the Declaration was being used to undermine the Union. Stephens once argued in his notorious and widely condemned Cornerstone speech, the Declaration of Independence was erroneous. The foundation of the new government in the South was based on the principle that all men are not equal. Stephens insisted a new peace could only be secured if we abandoned the Declaration as a founding document and as a guide for a revised post-war constitution. This was not an uncommon view in the South during the Civil War era. Abraham Lincoln's political rival, Stephen A. Douglas, argued that popular sovereignty, not human equality, was the most important guiding principle in the Declaration of Independence. John C. Calhoun argued that the idea of universal human equality began and ended in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Everyone else is born into various modes of superiority and subjugation. Therefore, the Declaration of Independence could only be viewed as a mistake. Calhoun called it a poisonous fruit that would result in the destruction of the Union.
The rejectionist view is accepted by some scholars today, but for quite different reasons.
Some follow the progressive historian Charles Beard, who argued that the Constitution itself is flawed. For Beard and historians who follow in his footsteps, the framers of the U.S. Constitution had betrayed the principles of the Declaration of Independence. The 1787 founding is to be viewed as an oligarchic coup, which toppled the mighty ideals of equality at the heart of our most important national document. Finally, a large and influential group of legal scholars and historians argue that, while the Declaration is not unimportant, it simply has no authority in constitutional law. While the Declaration is not antithetical to the Constitution, they argue that it has little practical value in deciding important cases that wind up in the Supreme Court.
Now let's explore the other side.
Those who view the two documents as inseparable make strong claims.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Mayflower Constitution Week Conference here at the Center for Constitutional Studies at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. I am Scott Paul. I serve as interim director here at the center. My colleagues and I are thrilled to reflect with you on the Mayflower as we observe the 400th anniversary of her momentous voyage. Now, please allow me a few words of introduction and acknowledgement. Organized in 2011, the Center for Constitutional Studies is a nonpartisan academic institute that promotes the instruction, study, and research of constitutionalism. Our mission is to increase constitutional literacy in our local, state, and national communities. We strive to more effectively equip a new generation of citizens and leaders with the broad understanding that is critical to the perpetuation of constitutional government, ordered liberty, and the rule of law. Speaking on behalf of all my colleagues, I express gratitude to UVU Provost, Dr. Wayne Vaught, and UVU President, Dr. Astrid Tumines, for their support of our center. I also thank the members of our advisory board for their invaluable guidance. Specific to this conference, I must acknowledge 2 key contributors. First, Dr. Andy Bibby, who serves as Associate Director of the Center. He has been the architect and driving force behind this conference. Also, Carrie Dennis, our events and marketing manager, has worked diligently to make this conference happen in this COVID distanced era. I must make one final acknowledgement at the beginning of this conference. 7 weeks ago, our dear friend and director, Dr. Rodney K. Smith, passed away following an 8-year battle with cancer. Rod was a gifted leader and a brilliant scholar who exuded genuine affection for everyone he met. We miss him very, very much. This conference was actually among his final projects, so we will be especially mindful of him today. We've included on the webpage for this conference a link to our center's tribute to Rod. I invite you all to learn a little bit more about him. He was an amazing individual. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of this session, Dr. Jeff Noakes. Dr. Noakes is a member of the history faculty at Brigham Young University, where he teaches social studies education students. His work focuses on using primary historical sources in the classroom. Jeff is a master teacher and pedagogist. I saw that this summer when the Center for Constitutional Studies launched our Constitutional Literacy Institute for Teachers. In this week-long program, teachers spent each morning studying constitutionalism with Oxford scholars, law school faculty, and judges from the Utah Supreme Court and DC Circuit Court. Then, in the afternoon, Jeff was a featured member of a team of educators that provided pedagogical training and helped teachers adapt the morning's constitutional studies to their classrooms. When Jeff was training, my colleagues and I just sat back and enjoyed watching a master at work. So with that, I give you Dr. Noakes.
Thank you, Scott. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today. I'd like to introduce to you the presenters that we'll hear from. We'll first hear from Dr. Catherine Grandjean. She's a historian and a professor at Wellesley College. Her work focuses on early American and Native American history. Her essay, New World Tempests, Environment Scarcity, and the Coming of the Pequot War, is of particular interest to us at this conference, especially on this anniversary. We'll next hear from Dr. Jenny Pulsifer. She's a historian and professor at Brigham Young University. Her research centers on Native American and colonial American history. She's written extensively on Native American and English relations in the Plymouth colony. And then our concluding presenter will be Dusty Jansen. He is a history and political science professor at Utah Valley University, where he also serves as the program director of American Indian Studies. An attorney, Professor Jansen is also the division director of the Utah Division of Indian Affairs. So I'd like to remind you that as the presenters present, we would encourage each of you to turn off your cameras and microphones, except for the person that's presenting. I'll be turning mine off as well. And then at the conclusion of theirs, we'll make their presentation, we'll make a transition to the next presenter. I'll come on for a moment and help with that transition, and then we'll proceed from there. So we'll start with Dr. Grandjean.
Okay, good morning, and thank you all for tuning in. And I want to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this conversation. I'm going to take you to early New England and sort of the more precarious and uncertain years of early New England. And I was thinking about how to start this morning, and I think I want to begin by posing a question, or sort of maybe putting a sort of quandary in the back of your mind. And this is a question I've spent a lot of my career thinking about and puzzling over. And that is, what are the origins of violence in early America? And particularly, why did the relationships between indigenous people and colonists so often turn violent? What were the things that made those encounters veer sometimes into poisonous territory? And in posing that question, I don't want to give anyone the impression that there wasn't cooperation and that there wasn't sharing and reciprocity and trade and sometimes even cultural blending, because of course there was. But it's also true that those worlds in balance sometimes unraveled, and often with breathtaking speed. So that's what I want to think about this morning. And I want to ruminate on that question by telling the story of the Pequot War, which is one of the first violent conflicts between English colonists and Native people in New England. And I feel like I first have to get you on board for the importance of this war, because it's not a war that is very well remembered. It's not a war that most Americans know very much about. But it's an early war, it's a brutal war, and it's in some ways sets the tone on the ground for the politics of encounter and sort of Native English relationships for decades to come in New England. It's a very significant moment. And so I'm going to share with you some of the clues that I have pieced together in digging into the story of this war and how it happened, as a way of sort of thinking about, in a larger sense, causes of conflict in early America. So the setting, to set the scene for you, we're in New England in the 1630s. And it's been about 16 years or so since the first Englishmen from the Mayflower stepped ashore on Cape Cod. And at this point, English settlement was really just still getting underway. The Northeast in this moment is still primarily, really overwhelmingly, a native landscape, and a landscape of a sort of complicated and diverse native landscape of many different groups, Pequots and Mohegans and Montaukets and Narragansetts and Wampanoags and Nipmucks in Massachusetts, and I could go on, and all with their own sort of intertribal politics and rivalries and alliances and kin entanglements and etc. So I don't want to leave the impression that we're just talking about Indians. It's a much more sort of complicated picture than that. And in fact, when the English end up fighting the Pequots in the 1630s, they had Narragansett and Mohegan allies with them. So it's not just as simple and black and white as sort of Indian versus English. But in any case, what we call New England at this point was English settlement, in other words, was really just a kind of scattered archipelago of little English islands of settlement in a big native sea of territory. But thousands of Englishmen were pouring in, probably something on the order of 15 or 20,000 English migrants came in the 1630s alone. And they were really pushing the limits of the resources in the region, which I think is central to what happened. The causes of this war are, I have to tell you, knotty and layered. It began in 1636 or so as a series of small-scale attacks and raids, but it eventually escalated into a real war, a full-scale, devastating assault on the Pequot people, very destructive. And how that happened and how things sort of snowballed along the way, in my opinion, has long been one of the riddles of early American history. And I should say something here about how other historians in recent generations have framed this tale. They have really mostly seen it, I think, as a kind of march of English belligerence that was really aimed at a sort of bold grab at Pequot wealth and territory. Because the Pequots were, in this period, in fact, a very powerful people. They were situated along the north shore of Long Island Sound in what is now southeastern Connecticut. And they were coming off a period of great power, in fact, which had coincided with the beginning of trade with Europeans. And that was largely because they lived along a coast that was brimming with quahog shells, which meant that they, to a great extent, they controlled the making and trading of wampum. And for anyone who doesn't know, wampum were sort of purple and white shell beads that were very, very prized by Native people and European traders and sort of greased the wheels of trade in this period. So the fact that the Pequots were situated in this place where they could really be in charge of the flow of wampum in many ways meant that they had enjoyed a lot of power at the very beginning of encounter with Europeans. So they were powerful, and it's not unreasonable, I don't think, to suppose that Englishmen may have escalated the violence in this war sort of out of economic jealousy or to get at Pequot riches. But that explanation has never felt fully satisfying to me. I always felt there were things we did not understand about this war, and that it held more clues about that first question that I raised, which is sort of what were the things that created a kind of gravitational pull toward violence in some situations. And what I want to suggest to you this morning is that food and competition for food is a deeply important part of the answer to that question. And I know that may sound strange, especially in this context, because I think we've inherited so many images of Indians and Englishmen sharing food and cooperating. Moments like Tisquantum teaching the Plymouth colonists how to fertilize their crops. Or I think in New England, we think of Massasoit's men bringing venison to the little English colony at Plymouth and sitting down at abundant shared tables in the first Thanksgiving, the so-called first Thanksgiving. It was often not like that. Hunger and scarcity were real problems in the earliest English colonies, and they brought lots of violence and conflict with them. I would say that that's probably one of the main insights of my research, that those two things sort of traveled in lockstep, hunger and violence. And just to sort of, by way of giving you a larger backdrop to all of this, you may know that some of the early English colonies suffered horrific famine. The most famous case, of course, being the winter of 1609 and 1610 in Virginia, just after Jamestown was planted, the period that we now call the starving time. And the starving time was so horrendous that some Englishmen apparently even resorted to cannibalism. We've known that from English records for years and years, and now it's actually even been somewhat confirmed by the archaeological record, which is sort of staggering. But in any case, in ways that are sort of hard to understand sometimes, I think, the earliest English colonists just had a lot of trouble feeding themselves. So why is that? Part of the problem, clearly, I think, is that they just expected to be fed by Indians. It's clear from the evidence that Plan A in a lot of these colonies, these early colonies, was just to bring trade goods that could be exchanged for food from indigenous people. I think in Virginia, they brought sort of large sheets of copper that could be cut into pieces and made into jewelry and things that they expected to trade for food. But the native people in the Chesapeake were constantly telling the English they didn't have enough food to spare. They did not want to trade for food. Powhatan, the great indigenous leader in the Chesapeake, famously told John Smith that he thought corn was more precious than copper because he could eat his corn, but not his copper. So problems cropped up when Indians just refused to share, and they often did. But, and this is something I want to underline for all of you, there were also environmental stresses involved. It turns out that the Chesapeake was experiencing remarkable drought and cold during these years. In fact, probably the worst in at least a century. And we know this now because of tree rings and other kinds of climate evidence that have become available. I would say just in the last maybe 5 or 10 years or so, historians have started to really bring in hard climate science into their work to try to reconstruct the early American environment. So when drought hit and Englishmen went hungry and there wasn't enough food to go around, sparks flew. Some of that may feel familiar, but what you may not know is that some of these same patterns played out in early New England. I have to say, the food shortages here, where I'm sitting in Massachusetts, were not quite as severe as the starving time, as far as we know. Nobody ate powdered wife, as John Smith put it, but there was scarcity and there was violence as a result. And so this is where we sort of get back to my story. At some point when I was reading about the Pequot War, I realized that the English seemed sort of obsessed with corn. It's kind of a leitmotif that reappears in their narratives of the war again and again. They just seem very focused on looting corn and raiding for corn and gathering corn. And in some ways, it's not that surprising to see that happening as its sort of theme in this period, because corn was such a fundamental resource for everyone in early New England that it was even used as currency. People used it to pay debts. I mean, it's just sort of fundamental to everything. But of course, it was also food. It had always been tremendously important to Native people. Native people ate corn in lots of different ways. They ate it dried, they ate it boiled, they ate it baked into bread. In war or when they're traveling or on hunts, Native men would eat parched corn mixed with a little bit of water as a kind of quick and easy meal. And Native people also celebrated corn in many ways, including in green corn festivals that were held around the midsummer growth or late summer growth, really, of new corn. And by this point, it was also the backbone of the English diet. Colonists didn't really have very much interest in the beginning initially in eating maize or Indian corn. It's a New World crop, and it was not part of the English diet really before colonization. And so in the beginning, they saw it as sort of low and uncouth and really better fit for cattle and pigs than for people. But it was hardy and easy to grow, and when they couldn't sort of make their own crops work as well, they ended up eating it anyway, and it became really a true staple. And so eventually the fact that both Native and colonial people relied on it so deeply also caused problems in a lot of places. And I started to understand better how some of these puzzle pieces fit together when I found this. I'm going to share my screen. This is the only time I'm going to share my screen because I'm not as adept as I probably could be at sharing images on Zoom. But this is the path of the Great Hurricane of 1635. This hurricane hit New England in August of 1635, and it was a major hurricane. In fact, climatologists have actually analyzed some of the descriptions of this storm, and they think it was probably a category 3, which means it could have had winds reaching up to 130 miles per hour and a really significant storm surge. William Bradford in Plymouth, our friend William Bradford, called it a mighty storm of wind and rain, the likes of which none living in these parts ever saw. He described a dizzying swath of destruction, houses blown over, missing roofs, trees uprooted by the thousands. And for most importantly for our purposes, it also destroyed crops, which were not recoverable. And as if that weren't enough, this storm was also followed by a very, very bad winter with lots of extreme frost and cold, which did not do anything to help things in terms of the natural resources. So this helped push New England, I think, toward war. This was just before the war broke out. The war arrived, although we haven't really recognized this fully, it arrived in a time of scarcity. And if you read the diaries and the letters and the journal accounts that have survived from this period, you will see people talking about scarcity. People in Connecticut were reduced to eating acorns. Servants complained they didn't have enough beer or bread. In Massachusetts Bay, there was enough disruption because of this dearth that they were doing things like canceling courts of election. So people were going hungry. In other words, I'm going to stop sharing. So all of this might be a footnote in the larger drama of English colonization, except for what came next, which is this war. And what I think is patently clear when you read between the lines in the English records is that English hunger tipped the scales toward war. When you look at narratives of the war and you strip away some of the biblically inflected justifications for it, it becomes clear that several of the English attacks on the Pequots and Block Island Indians, in fact, during the war, were essentially corn raids. And I'm just going to give you one example to sort of give you a sense of this. Lyon Gardner, who was the man in command of Saybrook Fort at the mouth of the Connecticut River, learned that Massachusetts Bay was going to send an expedition to Pequot country to essentially to intimidate them and demand retribution for some earlier transgression. And he had some reservations about that, but he also lobbied the men in this expedition to raid Pequot corn as part of their mission. He wrote to them, "I pray you, if you don't load your barks with Pequots, load them with corn, for both you and we have need of it." In other words, if you're not going to take Pequot captives, then fill your boats with corn, because both of our colonies are sort of desperate for it. And that's what they did. And it was really the resulting rampage at Pequot that sort of set the war in motion. Here's where I can say we don't know quite as much about what the Pequots were experiencing in the 1630s. We do know they were probably better prepared to handle scarcity than the English. For instance, they were used to building sort of huge, deep storage pits to protect food stores from frost and rain. And also the native diet was very diverse and included all kinds of things like squash and beans and melons and game and roots and nuts and clams and fish. And so, in other words, if some crops failed, it was very likely that other food would be available. Whereas I have to say, the English seem to have clung sort of stubbornly to a kind of traditional old world diet of meat and bread and maybe a little bit of peas. But nevertheless, the pressures were very real, I think, on both sides. And I'm sure that the Pequots were not really in a position to share They were not likely to sort of sit idly by as their food was taken. So that's the real backdrop of the war. And I think probably many other violent conflicts in early America. It's just one factor. It's just one explanation for what happened in this moment. And it certainly doesn't justify or excuse the horrors that happen in some of these conflicts. But the lesson I want to leave you with is that there aren't many things that shaped Native and English encounters and relationships more fundamentally than the need to eat. It seems like a basic point, but it has truly not gotten enough attention, I don't think, in our efforts to reconstruct and think about America's colonial past. So I'm just going to close with the words of the Narragansett sachem Miantinomi from the 1640s. This is a sort of post-Pequot War moment. And he was speaking to the Native people on Long Island, allegedly in a sort of call to arms to get them to resist the pressures of European colonialism. And he said, you know, our fathers had plenty of deer and skins. Our plains were full of deer, as also our woods, and of turkeys, and our coves full of fish and fowl. But these English, having gotten our land, they cut down the grass, and their hogs spoil our clam banks, and we shall all be starved. We shall all be starved. In other words, these tensions didn't go away. And I hope I've pushed you to think about how the environment set the table, so to speak, for human choices and human actions in early New England. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grandjean. That was a masterful presentation. I'd like to give a little shout out to Ms. Holman and Mrs. Nye at Cedar Valley High School that are here with their high school students. And I want to point out just something from that presentation that was interesting, but I hope you paid attention to not only to what Dr. Grandjean said, but what she did. So there was a great interpretive thesis that she argued using really powerful evidence from both the perspective of the Native Americans and the European Americans that were here at the time. So thank you for that presentation, Dr. Grandjean, and welcome to those classes that are here. I'd also like to let the audience know that if you have questions that you'd like to submit to Dr. Grandjean or to either of the other two presenters, you can submit those questions through YouTube chat, or you can email the Center for Constitutional Studies at Utah Valley University. And the email address is constitution@uvu.edu. Now, we will turn the stage over to Dr. Pulsifer. And so I'll turn myself off and give you the stage, Dr. Pulsifer. So it looks like we've got a few technical issues. And so let's switch the schedule and we'll go with Dusty next. And so we'll turn the time over to Dr. Jansen and let you have the floor.
What? This is crazy. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Hello, Yate. My name is Dusty Jansen. I'm originally from Coyote Canyon, New Mexico. I'm Navajo. I'm enrolled Navajo. Own it. Nashlinigi Kintlachini Nashlin. Bilagana Bashashin, Holnagani Dashachedo, Bilagana Dashanala, Akut Alden Nashlin. So if you're Navajo out there, just throwing my clans at you. We might be related. You never know. But I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share a little bit. I am not a doctor. I have a Juris Doctorate, but I can't take the title doctor. um, but I do teach political science here, and again, I coordinate the American Indian Studies minor. I'm going to share my screen real quick, and I was asked to share a little bit on the legacy of tribal constitutionalism or Indian constitutions. And let me see, let me start my slideshow. All right, if you hear some yelling in the back, I got two 8-year-olds that aren't very happy about some things. So just bear with me. These first couple of things I'd like to share with you, you know, that when I start looking at this, I went and I went and did some initial research on what's out there. What do people think about the influence of tribal government or Native American government at the beginning? And I saw a lot of things that showed that people approached it in two different ways. Some people said, oh, the Native nations had a lot of influence. Some said there was no influence at all, and there's just a lot in the middle of the spectrum. But I think the more I look, I feel like there is a substantial body of evidence that supports the thesis that American democracy, as it emerged in the late 18th century, is probably a synthesis of indigenous and European political theories. Vine Deloria, he said once that, where else were ideas of distributing national sovereignty between nation and state articulated and practiced when the constitutional fathers were debating the organic documents of state? They certainly could not have looked to Europe for guidance. And there was no nation on earth at that time, except the 6 nations that we're going to discuss today, that had grappled with this problem. And then I went further. Oh, come on, let me see. Why isn't this working? There it goes. It went further where you can see this, and part of my slide is covered by my own face in video. It says, whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, whereas the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. And this comes from House Concurrent Resolution 331, just recognizing and acknowledging the influence of tribal government. And more specifically, I think what we're going to look at is the Haudenosaunee people, or what translates into people of the Longhouse. And they actually had what developed into being what they call the Great Law of Peace. Okay, and I'm sure you figured out why they call it the people of the Longhouse, right? Because their houses were really long. But I'm sure you've seen all this. We've just heard about wampum and shells. They're basically like clam shells. You pop them open, you break them up, you carve them and cut them until you can make beads, such as what's shown right here. And the Haudenosaunee, they would make long strips of them, something long belts. This is just a short one, but these would signify treaties and agreements made between people or different nations. But also it shows the structure of I'll just call it the Iroquois Confederacy. Okay, and it was made up of 50 seats held by originally 5 tribes. At the center of this confederacy was the Onondaga, who held 14 seats, and they had the responsibility of being moderators in this confederacy. And then you had the Mohawk and the Seneca. If you look, you'll see those 4 squares there. But you'll also notice that two of those squares are a little larger than the other two squares. So the two larger squares represent the Mohawk and the Seneca, who are labeled as the older brothers. And the two smaller squares represented the Oneida and the Cayuga in this confederacy. And so what would happen is that these groups would come together and they formed a confederacy for a couple reasons. One, to maintain peace between each other, but also to work as a defensive confederacy in times of war against other people. And they realized that alone, each tribe within themselves probably was not strong enough to survive and to adequately defend themselves in a way that they wanted to. But together, all five could, in fact, have larger armies, have larger influence, control larger parts of land. So once or twice a year, this confederacy would get together and they would sort out the issues. The issues would first go to the big brothers, right? The two larger squares, the Mohawk and the Seneca, and they would discuss it. And then they would send it to the little brothers, the Oneida and the Cayuga, who would also discuss it, send back their findings to the big brothers. And if everyone is in agreement, they would send it back to the Onondaga, who would make assignments, verbally ratify this agreement that has been going on. And so it was, you can probably see a little bit of the influence it may have had on the U.S. Legislature, right? We have a big brother and a little brother, maybe one house versus the second house. How issues can start in one house, go to the second house for approval, a moderator, maybe a president that could sign off on these things. And that can be interpreted a lot of different ways, but this is one of the big things that people look at. And what I'm always impressed with is what the Confederacy themselves called this system of government. They called it the Great Law of Peace. And I can't help but be drawn to that. Yeah, and I'll show some similarities between the Great Law of Peace and the United States Constitution, but I wanted you to focus on that and see how this plays out. You know, for a lot of people, looking at the influence of tribal nations is hard because one, how do we even know tribal governments existed between early encounters with tribes and colonizers and settlers? What is a tribe, right? I think what we need to look at and concentrate on is the interaction between these tribes and the agreements that came about. Right away, when people were landing on the shores of what we call the United States today, the people that came in recognized tribes as a people, one, but they also did something that was very important. They actually instituted a treaty relationship, okay? And one of the easiest ways to think about this is that you ask yourself, who do you make treaties with? Do you make treaties with a race of people? Do you make treaties with individuals? You don't. People involved, or the parties involved in treaties, are governments. Treaties are agreements between two governments. So right away, the people landing on these shores recognize that tribes and these tribal communities were in fact political entities and then operated in governmental form. Okay. And so when you look at what a tribe is, you know, a tribe really is a group in our conversation. Here's a group of indigenous people, but they're recognized as a sovereign government, where a government to government relationship can exist, and relationships can be made. Okay, so I think that's important to understand. And when we talk about these things, to try to clear this up a little more, I like to ask people, where does the United States get its authority as a government? Where do the states of the United States get their authority? And really the answer is, and quite shortly, it's through the US Constitution. Right? You can trace this. This document that outlines where the authority of this government is going to lay. And the powers of the federal government, the structure of the federal government are outlined here. And by default, right, there's a statement in our Constitution that says anything not mentioned herein, any powers or rights or authorities not mentioned, are reserved and delegated to the states and the people themselves. And so if you look at this little chart, you can see that state governments and federal governments can actually trace their authority back to the US Constitution. But what about tribal governments? Where do they get their authority? Well, they don't get their authority from the US Constitution. In fact, the US Constitution only mentions the tribes once, and that's in the Commerce Clause when it comes to who can regulate trade with them. Tribal governments and tribal authority, tribal sovereign authority comes from the tribes themselves, from the people themselves of these tribes. Tribal sovereignty precedes the United States Constitution here in the United States. And we can safely say that because, they were making agreements, they were signing treaties prior to the formation of the United States, prior to the drafting of the Constitution, prior to its ratification. So tribal governments are indeed sovereign. They operate on a whole different level than the US and the state governments. And that's a whole conversation itself, but I wanted to make sure that concept was understood. I ask people what sovereignty is. A lot of people say, well, tribal governments, they're not really sovereign because, they're within the borders of the US, or, and we'll hear a lot of reasons why people say that. But what makes a group sovereign? Is it just one thing? It's not. It's many things. Sometimes students will say, well, it's money. You have to have money to be sovereign. You have to have your own finance. I said, well, that's going to hurt the US right now because I don't even know if we're in the clear, right? We may still be in debt. We still may owe other countries a large sum of money. Is it a military? Do you need a military to be sovereign? Well, it certainly helps. I'll tell you that. But there are countries throughout this world that we recognize as sovereign governments that don't have an active military. They may have a police force, but no active military at all. Is it absolute power? Probably not. I mean, even looking at the US Constitution, it straight up recognizes that there are powers delegated to the states and to the people. So that there's a split in power there. Okay. Is it absolute independence, right? Does the USA have absolute independence? Ask yourself that question. Is the US completely energy independent? Do we have trade independence? Do we have manufacturing independence, technological independence, military independence, resource independence, agricultural independence, economic independence? In many respects, the US is dependent on other nations for these things. But you rarely hear anyone say that there's any doubt of US sovereignty. But applying these same questions, they'll say tribal governments are less sovereign, are not sovereign at all, when our own country, the United States itself, cannot meet those same tests. So maybe it's not absolute independence, maybe it's not absolute power, but what makes sovereign, not just their ability to make laws and be ruled by them, not just having that final say. But the defining aspect of sovereignty is the ability to form relationships with other sovereigns. And that is something that, tribal governments have. Tribal governments can do this. And, so I'll throw that up. I'm probably a slide behind on that. But that's a point that I'd like to make before I went too much further. Going back to this great law of peace, the person that brought this about was known as the Great Peacemaker. His actual name meant where two rivers come together, and I think that's pretty cool because it does show that he was probably destined to help people get along. And this Great Peacemaker, and he had teamed up with an Onondaga chief named Hiawatha, and he was a great speaker. And they had gone around and shared this message of peace about how people could get along. And it was accepted, and people bought into it. And because, like was said previously, there wasn't all peaches and cream between tribes themselves. So tribes had skirmishes, tribes had wars, tribes had battles, and for a number of different reasons. And to the idea of living in peace and having no one attack you and threaten you was a big sell on this. And if you keep looking at this image, how much territory could these 5 groups have covered? How much territory and influence could they have had, that would discourage people from coming to war against them? Not just all 5 of them together, but coming to war against one of them because they knew the other 4 would come. And later on, around 1722, we have the Tuscarora Indians from North Carolina, who were fleeing slavery from the British colonists, go up north in the Northeast and join this great law of peace, join this confederacy. But who would dare challenge a group this big and with this much influence? I thought I'd also share a couple things that you can actually look up the Great Law of Peace on the internet. It's actually written out. You can find it in PDF. So if you just do a Google search on the Great Law of Peace and just put PDF, you can see this all written down and the original language, and also what they mean. There's little laws, little things that they follow to help keep everyone on the same page. But I want to make a couple comparisons just to show the influence that this confederacy had on the formation of the U.S. government and constitution. One thing here, in the Great Law of Peace, there's a restriction of members from holding more than one office in the confederacy. In Article 1, Section 6, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution, there's also an ineligibility clause, or the emoluments clause, that bars members from serving in Congress, and barring members from serving executive branch, judicial branch, from serving in multiple branches of government, right? That creates conflicts of interest that we need to avoid. Another thing that the Great Law of Peace shows is it outlines the process to remove leaders within the Confederacy. And keep in mind, it's not a crazy removal. People aren't killing people to remove them. They're actually trying to find the best ways and peaceful ways to do this thing. And so in our U.S. Constitution, we have impeachment and removal proceedings also. And the Great Law of Peace designates 2 branches of the legislature and how they can pass laws. And we can see that in our bicameral House in the United States, how we have a House of Representatives and a Senate that have to work together to get laws passed. It has a manner to create or to declare war. And if we look in our U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11, we have the War Powers Clause on how, the procedure for doing that. No one can just go out and do it, on a limb. The law of peace shows how it restricts members from, whoops, I may have put that one twice. I did. Let's move on. But in 1744, the Onondaga leader, Kanasatego, gave a speech urging the 13 colonies to unite. They're at this time, the colonies are trying to figure out their stance and their standing with the British and with the French and how to move forward. And Kanasatego, he, as an Iroquois, he said, he gave this talk at the Treaty of Lancaster that, they recommended a union and an agreement between, he says, between you, our brethren, right? He's talking to the colonies of the U.S. He said, never disagree, but preserve a strict friendship with one another, and thereby, as well as we, will become stronger. He goes on to say, our wise forefathers established a union and amity between the 5 nations, and this has made us formidable. This has given us great weight and authority with our neighboring nations. We are a powerful confederacy, and by your observing the same methods our wise forefathers have taken, you will acquire fresh strength and power. Therefore, whatever befalls you, never fall out with one another. And he goes on to use a metaphor of how one arrow alone can be broken, but a bundle of arrows cannot. And this is seen in the Great Seal of the United States with the 13 arrows and being grasped by the eagle. Benjamin Franklin, again, 10 years later, would do the same urging, and he says it kind of rough. He says, it would be a strange thing if 6 nations of ignorant savages should be capable of forming such a union and be able to execute it in such a manner that it has subsisted for ages and appears indissoluble. And that a like union should be impractical for 10 or a dozen English colonies, to whom it is more necessary and must be more advantageous, and who cannot be supposed to want an equal understanding of their interest. Right? He's pushing this forward, how we need to do something. We need to become stronger, and together we can become great. But I'm very appreciative of the influence of the tribes on the east side of the United States, and for their influence. I think it can be shown fairly easy that their influences was strong. But I want to get back to what this was originally called. This was called the Great Law of Peace, and where I grew up, we have this thing. It's called Nabikiate, and it means to talk it out. And that's basically what the Great Law of Peace was. It's sitting down and putting things aside and talk about things, finding those things you agree on, and then finding solutions to the things that you don't. And if you don't find those solutions today, maybe you need to talk a little bit longer and you'll find those solutions later. Peacekeeping, peacemaking, the emphasis here is on resolution rather than punishment. It's on resolution rather than violence. And I think that's something that we should also adopt as the United States government, not just abroad, but within our own borders, within our own governments. It's something that we can do. I put Treebeard's picture here, if you don't, because I watched Lord of the Rings an awful lot, and he reminds me of one of my Lakota friends from Montana. But Treebeard says something in Lord of the Rings. He says, if it's worth talking about, it's worth taking a long time to talk about it. And that's basically the essence of Nabikiate. Talk it out and make sure things work. One of my favorite things I like to share with people, it comes from Wilma Mankiller. She was the first female president of the Cherokee Nation. She says there's a direct link between public perception and public policies. How we see things influences the way we address them. And I hope by these talks, these presentations that are being shared with you, and by this short presentation of the influence of tribal government on the formation of the U.S., that you'll see Native people in a different way, that you'll see tribal governments in a different way, and that you'll see the intricacies within the uniqueness and the goodness and all the positives that it holds, that you'll approach in a different way if you ever have to work with tribal governments. In Iroquois society, leaders are encouraged to remember 7 generations in the past and to consider 7 generations in the future when making decisions that affect people. And I think that's something that we should all do. We should all look forward to and carry forward in all things political and in just in your life. Make sure you're making good decisions. And I'll end there and stop my share, and just thank you for your time, and I'll wait for your questions towards the end.
Thank you. Dusty, thank you for helping us see how these ideas that seem to have happened so long ago, what feels like so long ago, really have such relevance today. And appreciate the way you jumped in, spur of the moment too. But what a great presentation and what a great perspective on the things that we're talking about. Our last speaker will be Dr. Jenny Pulsifer. And so with that, I'll turn the time over to her and turn my camera off and enjoy her presentation.
Thank you. And I apologize for causing that reordering of speakers. My computer needed to go to sleep and wake up again to be working correctly. I'm going to share my screen to get started. Just a second. Oops. Let me just grab this. I wanted to share with you some slides. Just a second. Actually, putting my computer to sleep messed up that order, so I'm not going to share that with you, but I'll describe them to you. I wanted to start out by talking about what kind of brought everyone here together, and that is Plymouth and the 400th anniversary. Plymouth and its pilgrim settlers have long played an important role in American cultural mythology. And when I say mythology, I mean stories that help mold our identity as individuals and as a nation, which is something that the Pilgrims have undeniably done for hundreds of years. People who live along the Wasatch Corridor are familiar with a shopping center called Thanksgiving Point. And nearby, there's even a place where people live that's called Plymouth Landing and Mayflower Crossing, which shows that even here in Utah, 2,500 miles from Plymouth, marketers have borrowed from Plymouth's history to lend their own products the warm feelings of home, family, patriotism that are traditionally associated with Thanksgiving. While the Pilgrim settlement at Plymouth and Thanksgiving have been associated with American identity for centuries, they have long been painful symbols for Indigenous people. As early as 1832, the Pequot Indian William Apis referred to national commemorations of these events as days of mourning and not of joy. Historians Jean O'Brien and Lisa Blee wrote a recent book called Monumental Mobility, which chronicles years of Native American protests at Plymouth on Thanksgiving and Native efforts to shift the founding narrative in a way that acknowledges the devastating consequences of settlement for Native people. Shifting that narrative might also promote more equitable treatment of Indigenous people today, not just in Plymouth, but throughout the nation. In this talk, I want to focus on an element of the relationship between the Pilgrim settlers and the Wampanoag Indians that, ironically, set them up for lasting conflict, and that is the 1621 League of Peace and Friendship. before talking about that league, we need to get a sense of the context. The situation that both the Wampanoag Indians and the Plymouth settlers found themselves in the winter of 1621. The English had lost half their number to disease and starvation because they arrived too late to plant crops. The Wampanoag had also suffered dramatic population loss through a devastating epidemic in 1616, 4 years before the English arrived. Tisquantum, also known as Squanto, who had later become a key advisor to the English settlers, had returned from captivity in England to find his kin and community dead from disease. He joined Osamoquin's people. Osamoquin is the name for the Massasoit, the Wampanoags, who had also been hit hard by the epidemic. In their weakened state, they were particularly vulnerable to the Narragansett Indians, who had somehow escaped that particular wave of disease. Both the English and the Wampanoags needed allies. Both the English and the Wampanoags came to the treaty with preconceptions about how authority functioned in society, and this determined what they wanted out of the agreement. Among the native people of the Northeast, hierarchy, consensus, and reciprocity were key elements of political structure. Well before the Europeans arrived in North America, native polities in the New England area were organized under sachems, hereditary political leaders acknowledged as superiors by their subjects. Sachems did not wield absolute power. Consensus also operated within native polities, as sachems required the consent of counselors and their people for significant actions. If the sachem failed to secure their support, the people could vote with their feet, temporarily or permanently shifting their allegiance to another community. One way that the sachems maintained the loyalty of their subjects and demonstrated their power was through generosity, by redistributing goods they received through tribute or trade. Gift giving, in addition to solidifying a sachem's power and prestige, helped demonstrate friendship, establish obligations, and renew alliances. And this played a vital role in the political life and rituals of native societies throughout the Northeast. Sachems also offered their subjects protection from enemies. Subjects had reciprocal obligations to sachems, such as the payment of tribute. Sometimes sachems themselves paid tribute to higher or paramount sachems that they recognized as more powerful and from whom they desired protection. Natives of the Northeast signaled the nature of their relationships with each other through selective use of kinship terms. Fathers or uncles were superiors, brethren or friends were allies or equals, and children were inferiors. Among the English, hierarchy and consent and reciprocity shaped leadership as well. English princes and other royalties are evidence of English hierarchy, and they believed that this was of divine institution. But just as among the Native Americans, hierarchy and consent often came into conflict with each other in government. Within a generation of the Pilgrim settlement in New England, disagreements over the relative authority of the king and of Parliament would result in a civil war in England. Plymouth Colony offers a really good example of the opposing imperatives of hierarchy and consent. The Plymouth Company patent, which the English king granted to the Plymouth colonists, gave them the right, at least according to English perceptions, to settle in New England. But in order to govern that settlement, they also needed another legal document called a charter from the king, but they had failed to secure one. The Mayflower Compact of 1620 was a voluntary agreement for government, and its evidence, both that the colonists lacked any regular authority for their enterprise and their belief that government by consent could fill that gap. Although the Mayflower Compact was a model of government by consent, it invoked the highest earthly authority it could name to lend weight to its binding promises. It did this by declaring that the signatories of that compact were, quote, loyal subjects of our dread sovereign Lord King James, and avowing that even without a charter of government, their colony was undertaken for the honor of our king and country. Plymouth's colonists would follow the same pattern in their dealings with the Wampanoag Indians. They would often invoke the king's name as a way of underlining their own authority and strength. And this undoubtedly explains why King James's name appears at the bottom of that treaty, testifying that he was going to be an ally of the Wampanoag Indians. While the idea of paying tribute was familiar to the English from their reading of the Bible and European history, only vague symbolic remnants of the practice persisted among them, such as the king's requirement listed on colony charters that 1/5 of the gold discovered in the colonies should be paid to him. This may account for the fact that none of the early English colonies in North America initially demanded tribute from surrounding Native Americans. So with this kind of background, let's talk about some of the specific aspects of this 1621 treaty. For the most part, the treaty was reciprocal. We would like to think that this was because the Plymouth colonists were fair-minded people who respected Native sovereignty. However, both the commonly held cultural and political ideologies of the time and the colonists' behavior towards the Native people once they had become much stronger argue against that being the explanation. English political and cultural thinking predisposed the English to believe that they had the right to exercise authority over the natives of the land that the king had granted them by patent. According to the English, when Native American nations compacted with them and acknowledged themselves subjects of the English king, they placed themselves under the English, with the king at the top, followed by magistrates, deputies, town selectmen, fathers, mothers, and children. While the English used the term subject for both themselves and native people, which implied an equality, they insisted that subject status was mediated through them, making local English authorities superior to the king's native subjects. Furthermore, many English believed that the native people were at a lower level of civilization than themselves and therefore deserved subjection. While the English belief that Native Americans were inferior to them informs the dealings of Plymouth and later Massachusetts with the native people in the 17th century, there's evidence that the Wampanoags did not see their position in relation to the English as inferior at all. The terms of the 1621 League of Peace and Friendship did not make English assumptions of superiority over the Wampanoags clear. It could just as easily be read as an alliance of equals as a submission of one people to the other. In fact, an alliance is precisely how the Wampanoags seem to have interpreted it. And this initial interpretation reverberated through their dealings with the English for generations. In that first treaty between natives and English in New England, Plymouth leaders addressed the Wampanoag sachem Osamoquin as friend and ally of King James, a signal, perhaps unintentional, to the Wampanoag that their relationship with the English was one of equality. The Plymouth colonists further reinforced this perception by their choice of language and their actions in dealing with them in the years that followed the treaty. Its original stipulations included reciprocal language, which implied equality, though some notable exceptions existed, such as the clause that demanded that the Wampanoags send any offender to the English that we might punish him, but failed to offer to send English offenders to them in return. The historical record makes it clear, however, that Osamoquin assumed that reciprocity applied to every aspect of the treaty, whether it was stated or not. For instance, when Squanto was suspected of wronging the Wampanoag people specifically, Osamoquin sent to the English and demanded that they turn Squanto over to him for judgment. When Plymouth's governor resisted, Osamoquin protested, saying he demanded him as being one of his subjects, whom by our first articles of peace we could not retain. And when the English displayed guns to honor their visitors, they said, when native people came to see them, the Wampanoags protested that it went against the treaty, even though the treaty actually only said that the native people could not carry weapons when they came to visit the English. It's also significant that the English demanded no tribute of the Wampanoags, which was a signal that they were not seeking subjection, but friendship. Indeed, when Edward Winslow and several other Plymouth colonists went to visit Osamoquin 4 months after the treaty conference, they took presents, as allies would, and they acknowledged that they did this in order to bind him the faster unto them. It's notable that throughout this period, Winslow and other Englishmen in contact with the Wampanoags used the term friend, not subject, to describe their relationship with them. Plymouth's failure to demand tribute may have encouraged some native people to assume that only the king, not the local English, had the right to anyone's subjection. Hence, James I was a sort of paramount sachem who provided protection but didn't interfere in governance. Consider this incident. In the middle of the Pequot War of 1637, the Montauk Indians volunteered to switch their subjection from the Pequots to the English and to pay tribute to them instead. The Narragansett sachem Miantinomi, hearing about this, protested strongly. He told the Montauk sachem that he must give no more wampum to the English, for they are no sachems, nor none of their children shall be in their place if they die. And they have no tribute given to them. There is but one king in England who is over them all. Miantinomi was openly denying English settlers' assumptions of superiority, declaring that English leaders neither received tribute from their own people nor had the right to demand it from native people, as a true sachem did. English actions and expressions gave Native Americans good reason to judge their relationship with the English as one of friendship and alliance rather than subjection. The fact that Plymouth gave gifts and didn't demand tribute of the Wampanoags, that they called them friends, sent the signal that what was being set up in this agreement was an alliance of people. Now, if Osamoquin didn't think he had submitted to English authority in 1621, what do we make of the fact that when Winslow visited him a few months later, he called himself King James's man and said that his land was King James's country? Or that within the next year, many surrounding sachems openly acknowledged themselves subjects of King James. It may have been connected to traditional Native understandings of unequal alliances. Just as the Narragansett sent gifts to the Mohawk Indians and acknowledged their superior strength, but governed themselves, the Wampanoag and surrounding Native Americans who acknowledged themselves subjects of the distant English king could simultaneously have viewed themselves as sovereign people. The English may have cemented the impression that Native people were allies, not inferiors, by using the term subject for both themselves and Native Americans. They openly proclaimed that their own subjection was to the king across the ocean. If Native people too were subjects of the king, that put them on the same level with local English, not a lower one. The use of kinship terms of equality in two Native American sources also suggests that Osamoquin and his heirs saw their relationship with the king as an alliance, not a subjection. Zervia Mitchell, who claimed direct descent from Osamoquin, recorded that one of the sachem's prized possessions was a silver pipe sent to him by King James, quote, his white brother over the sea. And in 1671, when Metacom, or Philip, defied the authority of the colonies, he declared that he would not treat unless his brother, King Charles of England, were there. News of the friendship and alliance between the Wampanoags and English of Plymouth spread quickly to other native groups in the region, including the Narragansetts. Indeed, one of the planks in the treaty encouraged the native people to spread this news, asking them to inform their friends and neighbors of their new ties to the English. The Narragansetts were one of the most numerous and powerful New England native groups, and they had escaped the epidemic that decimated the Wampanoag before the Plymouth colonists arrived. One compelling reason for Osamoquin's alliance with the English was, in fact, to obtain an ally against his threatening neighbors. The two native groups knew each other well, and whether they were currently in hostility or friendship, their interaction is well documented. So while there's no proof that the Narragansetts understood the exact terms of Plymouth's treaty with the Wampanoag, it would be surprising if they didn't have a general understanding of the nature of the relationship. Whether their own ideas of equality with the English arose from learning about the 1621 treaty or preceded it, the Narragansetts' early contacts with the English followed the same model as the Wampanoags. Narragansett sachems and English governors who met in Massachusetts in the 1630s exchanged gifts, addressed each other as friends, and dined together at the same table. But such reciprocity did not last. The Pequot War of 1637 dramatically changed the relationships between Native Americans and English. While the war devastated the Pequots, it also alarmed surrounding tribes, even those who had not been involved in the war. Why? Because of the stark demonstration of formidable power of the increasingly numerous English. Wanting to remain on their good side, Native leaders flooded into English councils to make agreements and demonstrate that they were friends to the English. In the aftermath of the war, English settlers in both Massachusetts and Plymouth openly shifted the terms of their relationship with Native people, acting and speaking as superiors, not equals. Evidence that Native Americans noticed the shift appears in Narragansett sachem Miantonomi's complaint. Did friends ever deal so with friends? Before the war, Massachusetts and Plymouth officials had made a point of accommodating Native custom, exchanging gifts and following the traditional protocols and timing of gift giving, quote, according to the natives' manner. After the war, English leaders showed a distinct reluctance to continue these patterns, insisting that the Native people follow their customs. An exchange between Miantonomi and Governor Thomas Dudley in 1640 demonstrates this shift. The English had called Miantonomi to court to answer for rumors that he was involved in a conspiracy against them. The court provided a Pequot woman as an interpreter, which the sachem viewed as an insult to his honor. Miantonomi left the court in protest, and Governor Dudley insisted that before he was admitted again or allowed to dine with the English, he must apologize. Miantonomi did apologize, but John Winthrop, who recorded the exchange, noted that it rankled Miantonomi deeply to have to give satisfaction, quote, for not observing our custom in matter of manners. For he told us that when our men came to him, they were permitted to use their own fashions. And so he expected the same liberty with us. Reciprocity between the two peoples had slipped substantially. The following year, when Miantonomi was called to court to answer for another rumor, he was seated at a table set apart from the English for Native people only, rather than with the governor and magistrates. Miantonomi was so offended by this that he said he would eat nothing until the governor sent him meat from his own table. After Miantonomi's death, the sachems who succeeded him, Pisacus and Canonicus, responded to their new inferior status in dramatic fashion. In 1644, they submitted themselves directly to King Charles I. And when the local English later demanded their presence, they refused to come to them, declaring that they were independent from His Majesty's pretended subjects. This was a pointed jab at Massachusetts Bay Colony. Laying out their status in a way that the English could not mistake, they announced, nor can we yield ourselves unto any that are subjects themselves, in any case, having ourselves been the chief sachems or princes of the country, time out of mind. When Massachusetts continued to press the sachems to appear, they responded by letter, boldly declaring their equal status. They said that they were subjects now, and that with joint and voluntary consent unto the same king and state yourselves are. As equal subjects of the king, disputes between English and Native Americans could no longer be mediated by local colonial officials, but only by a higher power. Both must, quote, repair unto that honorable and just government of the king in England. Ending on a conciliatory note, the sachems expressed their willingness to remain in friendly correspondency with the colony, as friends, not subjects. Not all Native people were willing or able to take such bold action to reassert their independence from and equality with the English. But even those who accepted ties with the English that included statements of submission, which nearly all Native English agreements did in the years following the Pequot War, frequently retained the same sense of equality and reciprocity that Osamoquin claimed after the Agreement of 1621. A quick overview of some of these agreements demonstrates this odd disconnection. In 1644, 5 Massachusetts Indian sachems around Boston submitted to the English government. At the colony's urging, the sachems agreed to put ourselves, our subjects, lands, and estates under the government and jurisdiction of the Massachusetts. A year later, Passaconaway, the sachem of the Penacooks, submitted to the English on terms that the colony leaders described as friendship, amity, and subjection. The terms of these submissions seem quite clear. The Native Americans were under the government and jurisdiction of the Massachusetts. But again, like Osamoquin, Native people seem to have interpreted submission as something closer to equality than subjection. John Winthrop described his agreement with Passaconaway in this way: "We did not receive them in as Confederates, but as subjects." However, Passaconaway seems to have seen it differently. Even 40 years later, his grandson, Kankamegas, described his grandfather's agreement as a good covenant. They were friends always. Friend, a word Kankamegas would use repeatedly in letters to English authorities, summed up his view of the agreement as exactly what Winthrop had rejected: a confederacy, a pact of mutual assistance. This overview suggests that ideas of equality with the English were deeply embedded in Native societies up and down the New England coast. Reciprocity conformed to Wampanoag's understanding of proper relations between allied peoples. And the Agreement of 1621 was clearly an alliance. Studying the 1621 agreement is important because it likely influenced surrounding Native peoples, such as the Narragansetts, to either adopt similar ideas or to hold fast to those that they already had, seeing that the English had confirmed them at Plymouth. The great irony, of course, is that the English probably never intended to hold the agreement as originally stated. They redefined its terms as soon as they possibly could. The fact that they had entered into it at all is likely evidence of their weakness at the time. As soon as they had the numbers and strength to redefine the relationship, they began trying to do so. But the damage had already been done. The English had assented to Native American equality, and not just the Wampanoags, but all the surrounding tribes knew it. Forming an agreement that sounded reciprocal and that the Wampanoags interpreted as fully reciprocal, bought the English time and friendship at a moment of real need. But it also set up the conditions for future dissatisfaction and offense when the English began changing the rules. When that happened, Native people resisted them at every turn by insisting on interpreting new agreements as if they were equal, by appealing to higher authorities, and when all else failed, by going to war. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Polsa, for that presentation. And once again, I hope that you that observed that, I hope you had the opportunity to pay attention to the way that she laid out her argument and use the evidence to support that. Not only was it a fascinating story, but also a well-argued interpretation. There have been a number of questions that have been submitted. And so I'd like to invite all of the panelists to join back in now through video and audio. And let's start with, I think this question would be appropriate for all of you to respond to. Was the violence between the natives, the indigenous peoples, and the colonists inevitable? Or are there ways that it could have been avoided? So it was originally that question was being asked to Dr. Grandjean, but so we'll let you start and then we'll let the others respond after.
Okay. Yeah, that's an excellent question. And boy, something that kind of keeps me up at night. Historians really kind of recoil, I think, usually at the idea of inevitability. We don't like to talk about inevitability because that's sort of, what's the point of looking for causes and contingencies and factors that went into the making of certain historical events if they were just always going to happen? So, I mean, my quick answer to that is I don't think in all cases that violence and warfare was inevitable. I think it's important that we look at specific circumstances that helped play into some of these episodes. I think, for instance, if climate conditions had been different, if the Little Ice Age was not happening in this period, things might have been different in certain moments. I also think a lot of what Jenny Pulsifer just said about sort of English mentality and feelings of superiority and cultural attitudes played into some of the violence and conflict as well. So I guess the quick answer for me is no, I don't think that violence was in all cases inevitable. I think it could have been avoided if different choices were made and different circumstances had existed.
I guess I'll jump in too. I agree with that completely, that we don't like to see things as inevitable. And I think there were many things that could have made this different. One of the big things that really would have changed the relationship is if those epidemics that we believe may have killed as many as 90% of Native people, if those had not occurred, that would have forced the Europeans who came to North America to deal with Native peoples in much more equal ways, just because of their their equal strength. And in fact, we see that in areas where English or French population remained small or at least equal in comparison to Native populations, their relations remained much more reciprocal for a much longer period of time.
You know, I think just with the way government was being run at the time, I don't know if if they would have talked a little more, they could have probably extended a more peaceful era. But I think the priorities of the governments were just so completely different. You know, the European kingdoms, European governments were very top heavy, and when it came to financing their government, they didn't have a lot of natural resources on their own. Their government was colonial. It was going out, it was finding resources to bring back. It was going out to find resources to bring back to sell for even more money, to expand armies, to expand military, so that they could go out to other places. It was a colonial government, and so it was going to come to a clash. You come to the U.S. or the American shores, and where people's lives are about making it from one point to another, you know, and living, enjoying a life that may seem simple, but is very complex in their societal obligations. But for sure did not have the same idea of what made a government strong. Government strength for a lot of Native communities was relationships, internal and with the tribes around you. It wasn't about you weren't fighting for gold to build up a treasure chest. You're fighting for areas that maybe expanded your hunting territory, maybe expanded your croplands, and give you access to things like that. I think the focus of the governments were so different at the time. I think at some point it would have been inevitable to go to war anyway.
We may have time for one more question. So because this is being sponsored by the Center for Constitutional Studies, I think this is a great question. It's clear that the Haudenosaunee, Dusty, you'll have to help me out with pronunciation here, Confederacy had different ideas of sovereignty than many European thinkers. Did they have any ideas of natural law or something that they founded their sovereignty, something else that they based their sovereignty on? Do we know the philosophy behind the Confederacy? And I'm not sure, Dr. Pulsifer or Dr. Grandjean, if you have knowledge on that question or not, but I'm interested to hear if any of you have any insights on that question.
You know, today, there are 574 federally recognized tribes in the US. And there's about 64 tribes that are state recognized on top of that, and probably 100 or 200 more that have no federal or state recognition at all. And every tribe has their own origins and creation stories, and that give them base to how they live their lives. I think to answer that question, you'd have to really look into the Haudenosaunee's creation and origin stories to find out what their purpose is. Because I think you'll find that with every tribal government, at least that I've studied, there is that direct link to how they came about and how they govern themselves today. I won't claim to be an expert or super knowledgeable in the Iroquois Confederacy, but I will offer this as a Navajo grown up where I did. So many things in Navajo government are about bringing balance to people. Okay, we use this term called hajo. Okay, and that's just finding balance in life. We use a concept called ke, which means we're all related, and you treat people like different if you're related to them. And whether by blood or not, there's this recognition that everyone is related. If they're old enough, they could be your grandpa, they could be your aunt, they could be your son, they could be your daughter. And all the decisions you make are going to be based upon those relationships. And so I think a general and a dangerous way to stereotype all tribal governments in one would be to say that their sovereignty is based on a natural law of relationships and familiarity, and that we should all treat each other well because of it.
Any other insights on that question?
I'll add something. When we talk about natural law, we're talking about kind of inborn or God-given concepts shared among all humanity, and I think that it's certainly true that when you look at the laws governing various Native peoples, they're clearly being guided by ideas that they feel like are shared by humanity, or ought to be. They might not have described that at the time as natural law, because that was a European concept. But as they became more familiar with those concepts, the ways that Europeans talked about law, a number of Native people were very innovative in their adoption of some of those European concepts to underline their own sovereignty, their own right to land. A number of the Nipmuc people that I've been studying in 17th century Massachusetts did that, actually using the term natural law to defend their right to land that was being encroached on by English peoples. So of course they had their own concepts of what was right, but they were also quick to understand and use those European concepts.
I think that was
Okay, thank you.
those two answers were excellent. I don't have anything to add, really.
Okay, that's great. One last question. How would you think this story that you've been telling today, how can that inform the current discussion on race in the United States and even globally? And are there lessons that we can learn from this period that can help us navigate the challenges we're facing today?
I'll start. I don't know that I'm prepared to sort of be prescriptive about how history can help us moving forward, but I would say that I think it's incredibly important that all Americans understand that race as an idea, the idea of racial difference and sort of sorting people into races, that has a history, and that history sort of has its origins in many ways in the era that we have been talking about, the era of European expansion and colonialism and sort of New World settlement. And I think it sort of loses some of its teeth. It loses some of its sting if you sort of understand that it evolved in a certain way and for certain reasons, and that it may not necessarily be really rooted in true sort of biology and natural difference, but that it came out of a certain historical moment, and that we are still sort of sorting out all of its legacies in the moment that we're living through. So that would be one thing I would say.
I think that's a great answer. What I was thinking of as the question was being asked is kind of on a very different track. And I had been looking in the chat, and someone had asked about the recent Supreme Court ruling that Justice Gorsuch ruled in about the sovereignty of Native jurisdiction in Oklahoma. And at the end of that ruling, he said, at the end of the Trail of Tears, there was a promise. And he was referring to the fact that many of these Native people in their treaties with the United States government had been promised certain things that had then been forgotten or deliberately ignored. And I think that in talking about these 17th century agreements, such as the one I talked about, the 1671 or 21 treaty, that's an example of an agreement whose terms were later forgotten or ignored. And so when we read history, when we learn about history, it's a way of understanding that these patterns have an impact on the present, and that we can change the way that we do things, as hopefully this Supreme Court ruling will bring to pass.
I think just looking at what's been shared, Dr. Pulsifer's statements and her presentation about being legally equal, right? That look between, or that approach that natives took to the colonial settlers at the time. We're legally equal. We're both subject to the same. But going a little further on that, that's pretty political, but on the human side of things, what Ms. Grandjean or Dr. Grandjean said was, that most of those wars and those battles were over starvation and hunger. It's very human. It's a very human thing, an argument to make. And I think what we can learn from, all these presentations is that, whether you want to accept or acknowledge the idea that we're all related, we can certainly accept and acknowledge that we're all humans, and that most problems we see as political, or that are at least classified as political, can really be reframed and seen as human. And if we recognize those issues as human issues, and that we could all be better if we worked better with one another, I think that's something that we could learn from.
Great. It looks like Scott's back on, so that might be our cue that that this session is over, but thank you again, participants and presenters, and I'll turn the time over to Scott now.
Thank you, Jeff, for moderating this panel, and thank you to Jenny and Kate and Dusty for your presentations. We here in the center have just been transfixed watching on our screens. This really is a realization of a vision for the conference and for this session in particular. So thank you very much for sharing with us. We'll now take about a 30-minute break. A 20-minute break. We will be back online for our next session at 11 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. In the interim, we will have an intermission video going on this channel, so feel free to leave your YouTube feed up and going. And then again, just one final thank you to our panel and to our moderator. This has been a fantastic session, and we've all been richly fed. So thank you.
Good speaking with you all. Jenny, Kate, Jeff, pleasure.
You too. Enjoyed hearing your presentations.
Almost said igualmente. No. I learned Spanish and some words stick with me. All right, I don't know. Back at you. No.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, guys.
We'll see you.
I suppose the major difference between the British Union and the American Union in terms of governance is that we have, broadly speaking, parliamentary sovereignty. So we have one body which is able to overrule all the other decisions, should it wish to, that are made by other governments. In the United States, of course, you have popular sovereignty, and you have a division of sovereignty in a sense between the federal government and the state governments. And I think that's the major difference there.
So I guess you could say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the British federalism would be sort of a federalism at the pleasure of the parliament?
Right, exactly, yeah.
Okay. And meanwhile here, where we engage in a little bit more fisticuffs on somewhat equal standing between the different areas of government, okay?
Yeah.
Now, speaking more generally, what is your opinion of federalism?
Well, that's a very good and very tough question. I find it, but mostly I find it perplexing. As a Briton who grew up with a sort of unitary government, essentially, that was able to make most decisions, because I grew up in England. So, as you say, the pleasure of Parliament. Parliament can make and break pretty much any law it likes. I find the American federal system, the attempt to divide the functions of government into two, so one half goes to the states, the other half goes to the federal government. I found it really difficult, and I think one of the reasons I found it difficult is because when people talk about the Constitution and American constitutionalism, they say America has a written codified constitution, and it delineates pretty precisely what the functions of the federal government are and what the functions of the states are. And when I started to try and read up on this, I found it's more complicated than that. A lot of things seem obvious when you read the Constitution, actually don't mean what you think they mean, or lawyers have interpreted them very differently, or if you talk to an American, they'll say, how can you think that it says that? So I really find it quite perplexing. I think it's a lot more complicated than that document the Constitution would suggest it is. I think, the American Union has survived thus far. As surprising as that may be, given some of the enormous crises that the federal union has weathered across the course of its life, it's survived. And I suppose that's a testament to the success of the American project, the American experiment. But yeah, as you say, it can get pretty messy and pretty intense sometimes.
Yeah, it's frankly very nice to hear this perspective from somebody who grew up in a different system, but makes this their field of study. So it's very, I think, enlightening for us. Now, I want to kind of move to your piece in the Post. So last month, you wrote I think they call it a perspective piece called "COVID-19 Needs Federal Leadership, Not Authoritarianism" from Donald Trump. And you sort of address the proper role of the president in managing crises like the COVID-19. Now, what's the genesis for that piece? What's the foundations for that?
That was an exciting moment for me to get published in the Washington Post. Where it came from, I suppose it came from two things. For me, it came from, the headline was a reference to Donald Trump's suggestion that the federal executive, had complete power over management of COVID-19, which I think everyone across the political spectrum, whether you're a Republican, whether you're a Democrat, was sort of saying, I'm not sure if that's what the Constitution says. The other, so that was that was the reason why that headline is that headline. The reason I decided to write the piece and send it to the Post in the first place was that I had seen a lot of historians and other commentators saying, oh my goodness, this America that we're living in right now is like the Constitution had never been passed. It's like we're living under the Articles of Confederation, and there is no federal government. And so there were those two extremes. Some people were saying Donald Trump is being an authoritarian and he's breaking the Constitution like that. And other people are saying, and sometimes the same people were saying, but he's also, or the federal government is abandoning its responsibilities under the Constitution. So I wanted to try and address those 2 points by reference to some history.
So in reading your piece, I actually learned some very interesting things, like the fact that there was a massive epidemic 4 years after the Constitution was passed. And you drew some very interesting parallels to that.
Yeah, so I did, and that's what I want to look at. So I went back to 1793 when, as you say, yellow fever came to the United States, famously came to Philadelphia, where it killed thousands of people. And I particularly wanted to tell one of my favorite stories about the early American Republic, which I found when I was reading Thomas Jefferson's papers a few years ago. I found a letter from the governor of Virginia, Henry Lee, who wrote to Jefferson to say that he'd heard that the yellow fever was coming into the ports of the United States. And under the laws of Virginia, customs officials who live in the ports were supposed to manage quarantine procedures, which was basically the only way that early Americans knew how to deal with epidemic disease. Because obviously medicine is relatively limited, but we know that we can stop disease by quarantining people. Mm-hmm. So not much has changed in a sense. And so he said to Thomas Jefferson, look, the customs officials are federal employees. So shouldn't the federal government take control of the quarantine procedure? And Jefferson wrote back and said, no, we're not going to take control of the quarantine procedure. And that really made me think, because it really reminded me of the current situation and all these people saying, oh, it's just like under the Articles of Confederation. It's just as if the Constitution never been passed. Where I was thinking, well, it's just like early federalism. It's just like those early years under the Constitution when they were trying to figure out, what are the responsibilities of the federal government? What are the responsibilities of the states? And so I started to look into that a bit more and think about that question, why are the states taking responsibility for this? And I learned that it was just commonplace throughout the early American Republic that states would bear responsibility for public health. It was part of their powers of internal police, which were left to them by the Constitution, and the federal government generally didn't get involved. So I thought that was really interesting, that actually Donald Trump's response to the epidemic is quite similar to perhaps an early American president's response. But obviously the popular reaction to that is not the same, because there's an expectation that the federal government will get involved.
So in your article, you talk about we need real federal leadership as opposed to what we're getting. What does that look like coming from the federal executive to you?
That's a really difficult question, because as a really important question, because as I said, states traditionally bear responsibility for public health. It's something that's been recognized by the Supreme Court. So in Gibbons versus Ogden, 1824, there's this question about federal powers under the Commerce Clause of the Constitution. And Chief Justice Marshall says the federal government has really sweeping powers to regulate commerce. But he says the one thing that the federal government can't regulate is quarantine. That's still a state responsibility. So there's a long history of the state responsibility. But on the other hand, a lot of Americans are clamoring for, including a lot of state governors, are clamoring for a federal response. So I think, well, there is a federal apparatus now to deal with these things, which there wasn't in the early republic. You have the Centers for Disease Control, which have which have become involved in managing this crisis. They have a lot of expertise. So I was expecting for the administration to cooperate with them perhaps more. I think what I also thought, and I think a lot of Americans feel this as well, is that federal leadership is about tone as much as it's about action. And it's about a respectful response to people's difficulties. And there are two sets of difficulties that we're all going through right now, obviously, one of which is it's scary that we could get a disease. And the other is it's scary that the economy could crash and we could all lose our jobs and find ourselves in dire straits.
Essentially.
So obviously whoever's in leadership has to navigate those two extremes. But I think what a lot of Americans were looking for, and I think what the expectation is of the president as the head of state, America's representative on the world stage and on the national stage, was perhaps for a more sensitive response and a more cooperative, understanding relationship with the nation's other leaders, the governors. And so that's what I would be looking for in terms of leadership.
Okay. Now, you point out that according to the Constitution, according to precedent, according to the Supreme Court, this has often been a state-controlled issue.
Yeah.
Do you think that the governors should be acting differently, perhaps asserting more control instead of waiting?
That's a really good question. I think it's very difficult to be a governor right now. I think one of the other reasons I wrote that piece is because they are really in the hot seat in terms of responding to this crisis. And I think some of them have been incredibly proactive. And people like obviously Andrew Cuomo have been very proactive in sort of locking down in terms of promoting a sort of public health centric approach to the crisis. You've got other governors who are saying, look, my people, the people who elected me want me to keep the economy going. And so they've also, they've been saying, actually, that's going to be my priority. And then you have conflicts between state governors and state legislatures and state Supreme Courts, which we've just seen in Wisconsin with a ruling that's overturning the governor's order. And then you have municipalities as well, who are doing their own thing and setting their own regulations. So as I say, it's incredibly hard to be a governor right now, wherever you are. And I guess they're all doing the best they can. But I suppose what people are looking for most of all, to give a proper answer to your question, is a clear message. And I think that's what governors should be trying to do, is to give a clear and sustained message and to show that they are being respectful of people's health concerns and obviously also their economic concerns.
You mentioned Andrew Cuomo, and he proposed a few weeks ago a state consortium where the states would band together to prepare for and to manage future situations like this, completely independent of federal management, federal control, and federal direction. Is that a good federalism-ish response?
So there were a lot of extreme responses to the creation of these state consortiums on coronavirus response. A lot of people were saying, oh, this is exactly what the framers were worried about when they made the Constitution. They thought America was going to break down into a series of confederations, and it's happening. It was one of the responses that I saw. Some other people pointed out to me, well, states have consortiums on lots of things. Mm-hmm. States have consortiums on fishing regulations and lots of other laws where they say, look, it would be really much easier if we as a geographical unit could make our laws go across state borders because it would be less confusing and it would make it easier for all of us to enforce our laws. And we agree about these things, so maybe it'll be better if we do this. So state consortiums do exist, although there is that sort of slightly concerning clause in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, that states should not make treaties or alliances. Mm-hmm. So, I did wonder, is this constitutional? But it is. It's something that states do quite a lot. So I think, if we're saying it's a state responsibility to manage public health, then this is a pretty natural response, particularly when you have something where you need to control a large geographical area to prevent the spread of the virus. So it seems fairly sensible to me.
You close the article with what I consider to be a very interesting line. I would almost go so far as to say a little contradictory. You say the success of American federalism has always depended on a cooperative, not a combative relationship between the nation's different governments. This seems a little at odds with the way that many U.S. constitutionalists perceive the situation. And I think it certainly doesn't represent the way that we have managed a lot of crises in the past. And as you say, we're still here, we're still surviving, we're still working on it. So why do you see this as a more federal state cooperation as opposed to, say, Madison's and the other Federalists' more adversarial vision?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So that statement comes directly out of my research. And it also comes from what political scientists have been working on, a lot of political science have been working on over the course of the 20th century. So as I said at the beginning of the interview, we sometimes have this vision of the Constitution as creating what political scientists will call dual federalism, where the federal government has its functions, the state governments have their functions, and never the twain shall meet. They essentially don't touch each other. They are each independently dealt with. Mm-hmm. And certainly, Article 1, Section 8 would seem to sort of, represent that vision. Yeah. Enumerated powers of Congress. But some political scientists have argued that after particularly the Roosevelt administration, the New Deal, there was a shift to a mode of federalism they call cooperative, where essentially states managed some federal, or states had to cooperate with the federal government to execute many of its policies, and obviously the federal government had an expanded role, moving into what had traditionally been state responsibilities. What I've seen in my research from the very earliest days of the Republic is that a model of cooperation existed right at the beginning, in the sense that Congress could pass laws to create and implement policies. But often, very often, state governments would also have to pass laws to allow those policies to go into effect within the states. Because the federal government had very limited capacity in terms of money and in terms of manpower, whether that be the army or customs officials, etc. They had very limited resources to enforce their own laws. So essentially, the states stepped into the breach a lot of the time. And so there was actually a lot of federal reliance on the states, which Madison also lays out. My trusty Federalist, Madison also lays out in the Federalist that, you know, the federal government is going to be at a disadvantage here. But at the same time, the states also, you know, have a lot of influence on federal policy, and they sort of make requests, as we see in that moment when Henry Lee writes to Thomas Jefferson. They make requests for the federal government to do certain things. So there's this constant ongoing negotiation of an interaction between the two levels of government in order for government to get done, essentially. So that's why I made that point, because I think it was very
Good morning and welcome to the final session of the Mayflower Constitution Week Conference at the Center for Constitutional Studies at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. I'm Scott Paul. I serve here in the center as interim director. As we conclude this conference, I express gratitude to UVU Provost, Dr. Wayne Vaught, and UVU President, Dr. Astrid Tumines, for their support of our center. I also thank the members of our advisory board who provide invaluable guidance and direction for us as we execute on our mission. I also acknowledge Dr. Andy Bibby, who serves as the Associate Director of the Center. He has been the architect and the driving force behind this conference. And I must mention Carrie Dennis, our Events and Marketing Manager, who has worked diligently to make this conference happen under very unique circumstances. And for one last time in this conference, I recognize the passing of our dear friend and director, Dr. Rodney K. Smith, following an 8-year battle with cancer. Rod was an inspired leader and a consummate scholar whose goodness was felt by everyone he met. We miss him very much. We've included on the webpage for this conference a link to the center's tribute to Rod. I invite you to learn more about this great human being. Now it's my pleasure to introduce to you the speakers for our final panel. Dr. Troy Smith is a professor of political science at Brigham Young University, Hawaii. His primary fields of interest are federal systems and government, complexity and public policy, and American government. He is a fellow at the Center for the Study of Federalism and an editor of the online encyclopedia Federalism in America, an encyclopedia. Dr. Smith first became interested in federalism when his East Coast graduate friends argued for reintroducing wolves into the Rocky Mountains, but opposed their reintroduction into the Adirondacks. His academic work has appeared in Publius, the Journal of Federalism, the Review of Politics, Congress and the Presidency, Thinking Skills and Creativity, and other sources. Julia Ernst joined the University of North Dakota Law School in 2011 and now serves as Associate Dean for Academic and Student Affairs and as an Associate Professor. She teaches constitutional law, legislation, international human rights advocacy, gender in the law, and professional foundations. Her research explores constitutional law, democracy, equality, and human rights. She also serves on the executive committee of the Women Lawyer section of the State Bar Association of North Dakota. Previously, Professor Ernst taught at the Georgetown University Law Center in Washington, D.C. She received her Juris Doctorate from the University of Michigan, a master's degree from Georgetown, and her bachelor's from Yale. She is a Girl Scout volunteer and a member of the Sharon Lutheran Church in Grand Forks, North Dakota, where she resides with her family. And I do have to note a delightful connection that we discovered as I believe, and Professor Ernst can correct me if I have this right, I believe that her first full-time or tenure track teaching position was at the University of North Dakota as an associate or as an adjunct professor there. It just so happens that the very first full-time teaching position for our director, Rod Smith, was also at the University of North Dakota in 1981. So it was just a nice discovery and some symmetry there. So we certainly just feel another bit of Rod's influence on this conference. So without further ado, Dr. Smith.
I'd like to thank Paul, Andy, Carrie, Jamie, and everyone else at the Center for Constitutional Studies for organizing and hosting this conference. And to all those who've participated so far, it's been a delight listening to your presentations. I'm going to talk about the political philosophy underlying the Mayflower Compact. I want to set the stage by drawing a parallel between then and now. Plymouth and Portland may seem like worlds apart, but in many ways they are not. Two inventions, the Gutenberg press in the 15th century and the internet in our age, have made it cheap and easy to spread controversial opinions and disrupt elite control. As but one example, yesterday, Polly Ha mentioned the social media and memes that separatist pilgrims used and created to spread their message. The result of the Gutenberg press was the Protestant Reformation and 80 years of war. The result of the internet is playing out before us, but challenging established beliefs and authorities and disrupting society is certainly part of its short legacy. Some think that there are only two options for peacefully resolving the divisions of our age: either a centralized system of government, a leviathan in Hobbes' words, that can prevent contention and conflict, or more democracy. Forgotten is the covenant model of government that inspired the Mayflower Compact and the United States federal system of government. That covenant idea is a fundamental component of Madison's Republican remedy for the Republican disease. It disperses power and favors ad hoc coalitions for joint action. We miss the full meaning of Madison's Republican remedy because the prevailing historical narrative of American constitutionalism and republicanism follows a secular stream, beginning with ancient Greece and Rome and tracing through Machiavelli, Hobbes, Locke, and others. This prevailing narrative ignores the fact that the 17th century was not a move towards secularism, but rather a return to the biblical text. From those biblical studies of the ancient Israeli Republic came ideas for using covenants to organize republican governments, and those ideas persist into our age. Because we think that America's roots are secular, we are surprised to learn that the Bible, and specifically the Old Testament, is the book cited most often by America's founding generation to explain their ideas of government. Indeed, many central ideas of modern political thought come from religious, not secular sources. To explain the covenant theory of government that informed the Mayflower Compact, I want to put it in its historical context and contrast it with the alternative model of government that was adopted by most continental European nations at the time. That is Jean Baudin's theory of sovereignty or centralized absolutism. On August 24th, 1572, on St. Bartholomew's Day in Paris, France, at a royal wedding feast celebrating the marriage between the king's sister, a Catholic, and the Secretary of Navy, a Huguenot Protestant, an apparent assassination attempt failed. But the killing spread out into the streets, city, and surrounding areas. At the end of a week, some 3,000 to 30,000 people were killed. Killed in that melee was a professor of Jean Baudin. Distraught by his professor's death, Baudin sought a means to prevent such future bloodshed. He eventually developed a theory of government based on absolute sovereignty. His basic idea was that public safety and order could best be achieved by giving the full political power to a single sovereign ruler, whose decisions could not be questioned or challenged. This would prevent disagreements and disputes that would lead to contention, conflict, and war. Thomas Hobbes later added to Baudin's model the idea that the sovereign must be above the law. However, earlier in that century, a renaissance in Hebrew studies had convinced other scholars that societies could be founded and governed via covenants, as was the ancient Israeli Republic. These scholars found examples of covenant societies in their neighborhoods in recent history, from the Hanseatic League, the Swiss Confederation, and Germanic tribes, to the spirit of association that organized guilds, churches, and societies of their time. The leading political covenant theorist was Johannes Althusius, who was inspired to find an alternative to Boden's theory of centralized sovereign rule. The idea of using covenants to organize society caught on. Religious groups established via covenant were called covenant societies, and political societies, political groups founded on covenants were called federal societies, from the Latin term feudus, which means treaty, pact, or covenant. The foundational premise of covenant philosophy is that human nature contains a mixture of good and evil. Consequently, chaos is likely to reign without some unifying element, either explicit or tacit, that joins independent individuals or groups into relationships based on mutual respect and reciprocity. A covenant is a solemn voluntary agreement among independent individuals or communities that have as much equal status as possible. A covenant creates a partnership to achieve common objectives that benefit all the parties to the covenant while preserving each partner's identity and autonomy. The key focus of covenant is on relationships, and a covenant is, in essence, the constitutionalization of relationship. When covenants are done well, covenant commitments help shape individuals and the community they form towards fulfillment. While progress towards fulfillment is possible, it is not inevitable, because the mixture of original goodness and fallen sinfulness in humans means that human endeavors can easily go awry. In contrast, in contemporary liberalism, which is increasingly individualistic, or communitarianism, which neglects the individual, covenants provide the basis for shared rule to resolve common issues and problems while protecting self-rule and independence. Covenants protect the covenanting parties' separateness and distinctiveness while also situating them into relationships that form community. Covenants harmonize an individual's competing needs to both belong and for independence. Covenants are often compared to contracts, but they differ in significant ways. Covenants and contracts are both reciprocal. That is, they bind the agreeing parties to certain behaviors and promise certain rewards for fulfilling the obligations. Contracts, however, are narrowly tailored legal agreements that require fulfilling the contract's minimum terms. Consequently, contracts are written in immense detail. Covenants are moral agreements, broadly reciprocal, and as such, their obligation extends beyond the letter of the law. This makes them both flexible in certain respects and firm in others. The relationship created by covenants is often compared to a marriage. In a marriage, one does not fulfill their marriage covenant simply by being civil to their spouse or doing the minimum to sustain the relationship. Rather, one is expected to be fully committed and engaged to the success of the marriage. Such commitment creates fulfilling relationships and meaningful lives that is not achieved by mere contract. During the 17th century, covenant and compact were used interchangeably. In the 18th century, covenant was used by those who saw the hand of God in human events, while those seeking to secularize the political system were more likely to use the term compact. The Mayflower Compact would have been understood as a covenant by its signers. The idea of covenant governance that informed Reformed Protestants, like the Pilgrims on the Mayflower, came significantly from studying the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible. It is there we find some foundational concepts that inform covenant or federal governance. The Hebrew Bible gives two words for the verb to rule or to govern, redu and memshala. Redu is the rule of superior over subordinates, that is, governance between unequals. For example, God uses redu to describe man's dominion over the animals. Redu is inappropriate, however, in human relations, as exemplified by the variant rodan, which means dictator or tyrant. The proper form of rule or governance among humans is the rule between equals, or at least potential equals. This is memshala. The proper relationship between husband and wife, governors and the public is memshala. Under memshala, governance is shared. Even God himself does not rule humans as rodan, but approaches man as equals or potential equals, and through covenants invites humans into an active partnership with him. A primary value in covenants is freedom. By grounding covenant governance in equality between partners, covenants privilege and protect the partner's freedom in two ways. First, covenants limit each party's natural powers. Thus, even God, in covenanting with humans, agrees to constrain his powers to protect human freedom. Second, covenants provide protection and benefits to improve one's capacities and freedoms. It joins people together for collective action. Under Rodan, similar protection may be provided by a powerful dictator, but at a significant loss of freedom. Freedom is indeed an essential objective of covenant governance. By defining the proper form of rule between humans as that between equals, and with a commitment to protecting individual liberty, leadership under the covenant model rests on persuasion and negotiation rather than command and obedience. In the ancient Hebrew, there is no word for obey. The word commonly translated as obey, shemoa, is actually to hearken. Hearkening entails a freedom to choose. To hearken is to open one's mind and heart to being persuaded. Persuasion, properly understood, obligates a speaker to respect the audience's mind and independence and not to engage in manipulation or pandering. This requires the leaders in turn to hearken to their audience. Such back and forth speaking and listening entails bargaining and negotiation in good faith and with full commitment to the covenant's terms. Covenants result in moral obligations and responsibilities that are crafted and mutually acceptable. While covenants must be consistent with the laws of nature and human nature to succeed, the idea is not the well-ordered state based on natural law that can be imposed top-down, but rather a community built from within by covenant and sustained via persuasion. In this manner, covenants place humans in relationships in general and dynamic terms, requiring both flexibility and persuasion rather than command. The Hebrew Renaissance of the 16th and 17th centuries recovered an alternative means to found order and govern societies. Martin Luther, interestingly enough, was not interested. Luther wanted to reform Catholic doctrines, but he retained the church's centralized hierarchical structure. In disputes between princes and peasants, Luther sided with the princes. It was the Reformed Protestant leaders, inspired by Hebraic studies, who turned to covenants to establish their societies. Of the Reformed Protestant groups who used covenants, Calvinism gets most of the attention, but it is actually the Swiss tradition that had the greatest influence in the political realm. Calvinism's founder, John Calvin, studied the equivalent of political science, not theology, in France. Based in the French-speaking city of Geneva, Calvinism resembled French ideas of hierarchical power and order. Calvin wrote often of covenant, but his idea of covenant was unilateral. It emphasized God's sovereignty, promise, and responsibility. Calvinism also included a strong elitist element that separated God's elect from the reprobate. Together, these ideas contributed to Calvin's preference for aristocracy and support for public measures of extreme intolerance punished by great severity. In contrast, the Huguenots who were slaughtered in St. Bartholomew's Day massacre were Calvinist. Calvinism also influenced the Netherlands Confederation. Yet Calvinism was less likely to move covenant into the political realm. So figures like John Knox, who studied with Calvin in Geneva and took the covenant idea to Scotland, was inspired in his political ideas more by the Swiss tradition. Similarly, many historians mistakenly associate Reformed Protestantism with Calvinism, and consequently think that the early American colonists were Calvinist. Calvinists did emigrate to America, but they were mostly influential in the southern states. Most Reformed Protestant immigrants to America were from the Swiss tradition. The Pilgrims on board the Mayflower were from that Swiss tradition. The Swiss tradition, based in the German-speaking city of Zurich, resembled the local culture of Swiss and German self-government and federalism. The Swiss tradition understood federal covenants as a bilateral agreement based on equality, whose purpose is to foster liberty and achieve the common good. Human relationships and societies depend on covenants, whether explicit or tacit. Healthy societies have an interplay between private covenants, such as those that form marriages and other private associations, and public covenants that form federal societies. Together, these public and private covenants create federal systems that are dynamic and flexible and can scale from minuscule to large. The essential elements of federal societies are voluntary participation, the rights and responsibilities of membership, commitment to the group and its patterns of governance, and holding leaders to their covenanted obligations. Once adopted, individuals have a responsibility to fulfill the terms of the covenant. Hence, it is the covenant, not command, that is the basis of law. One of those elements that leaders need to be held to their covenant obligations stems from the belief that because human nature is a mixture of good and evil, leaders may abuse their powers. From this came the idea that political power must be limited. To do that, federal theorists developed the following ideas. The concept of popular sovereignty, that is, the supreme authority to rule resides not in the rulers, but in the people. The need for a constitution to be written down, to divide powers within every level of political organization, create checks and balances between institutions, separate civil and ecclesiastical powers, expect the people to vigilantly monitor government, expect government officials to hear and honor minority views, and grant the people a right to revolution if the leaders or organization violates the covenant and abuses its powers. This was a hearty rejection of the divine right of kings and Bode's idea of centralized sovereignty. All of these ideas were developed well before Hobbes, Locke, and other secularizing philosophers. When the Mayflower landed in Plymouth Bay 400 years ago, all adult males intending to reside at the New Plymouth colony consented by signature to the Mayflower Compact, a 3-paragraph document that created a new society, defined that society's fundamental values and commitments, and established a government for that society. The Mayflower Compact gave its signers a community to belong to, respect based on equality, and the right to be heard. A fundamental component of the Pilgrims' success, Nick Bunker mentioned yesterday, was their positive morale that helped them through the harsh New England winters. I can't help but wonder how much of that positive morale came from their political system. For the rest of the 17th century, all the major immigrant groups to America came from the covenant tradition. The Anglicans in Virginia, the Puritans in New England, and the Scottish Presbyterians in the Middle Colonies. Britain, for various reasons, neglected colonial America, leaving it free to experiment with and develop federal methods of governance. The Mayflower Compact set the mold for consensual self-government as ideal and practice. And for the next 80 years, American colonists wrote over 100 other founding documents similar to the Mayflower Compact. Where the Mayflower Compact joined individuals into a society, future covenants joined communities into a larger entity that would simultaneously recognize and preserve the smaller unit's freedom, a precursor to the United States system of federalism. Covenantal systems are not without problems. A dangerous tendency of covenant groups is tribalism and elitism. When a covenant society views itself as distinct and chosen, they may choose to separate themselves from others and thereby become tribalistic. Elitism develops within the group from the idea that worldly success comes from keeping the covenant. Thus, the successful may feel their privileges are merited and they are favored by God. Ancient Israel countered these problems by requiring hospitality to strangers and significant economic redistribution. In the 1760s, the American colonists found themselves outside the tribe, denied common British rights acquired during the Glorious Revolution of 1688. In response, Americans developed the idea of universal natural rights, essentially extending equality beyond covenant partners to include the entire human race. In contrast, settlers in South Carolina and South Africa, both of which were largely settled by Huguenots, developed philosophies justifying slavery. Meanwhile, back in continental Europe, the ruling powers ended 80 years of religious warfare with the Treaties of Westphalia of 1648. Westphalia created our modern nation state on the basis of Baudin's theory of sovereign rule. Accordingly, rulers received full sovereignty, that is, the power and authority to decide all of the nation's important decisions, including what religion everyone in the nation would belong to. Science was also established as the state's official epistemology. The underlying idea is that a single sovereign, acting under the advice of scientific experts, would provide the laws necessary to secure a stable political order and prevent contention and conflict. This method is centralized and top-down to attain unity through uniformity. In conclusion, federal theology, and particularly the Swiss tradition of Reformed Protestantism, provided the foundation and inspiration behind the Mayflower Compact. Federal theology evolved from a renaissance in Hebrew studies that drew lessons from the ancient Israeli Republic to provide guidance on constitutions, institutions, and practices for Republican government. From that and continued study of the Bible, federal theorists devised the basis for a political system that would promote the common good, preserve human freedom, and foster human fulfillment. In doing so, they developed many political concepts still used today, including institutional means to limit political power. The Mayflower Compact was a covenant or social compact that initiates America's experiment in self-government. Occasionally, our social compacts need to be made explicit and renewed. To do so is to remind us of both the rights and responsibilities of living within an ordered society based on mutual respect and reciprocity. As we face the divisions of our century, rather than turning to greater centralization or Jacobean democracy, we might find inspiration in the federal tradition that inspired the Mayflower Compact. For it is in that federal philosophy that we can understand both the promise and the means of fulfilling the American motto, E pluribus unum, from the many one. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy, for your excellent presentation. I should have pointed out before that Troy is coming to us from Laie, Hawaii, which is 4 hours behind Utah, which meant We started this session at 7 a.m. his time, so thank you for joining us so early in the morning. I'm sure many of us wish we were there with you on the North Shore. A quick note, at the conclusion of Professor Ernst's remarks, we'll have a question and answer session. Should you like to submit a question for either of our speakers, you may do so in the comments section for the YouTube feed for this conference, or via email by emailing constitution@uvu.edu. With that, we look forward to hearing from Professor Ernst.
Great, thank you so much, Scott. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Can you see the initial screen?
Looks good.
Good. Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you very much. I'm so delighted to be a part of this conference. I initially would like to, in light of and in honor of the speakers who just went before us, the University of North Dakota School University as a whole just recently adopted a land acknowledgement statement. So I would like to read that. It says the purpose of our land acknowledgement is that it is important to understand the history that has brought the people to the land on which they reside. A land acknowledgement statement seeks to show respect, recognition, and gratitude to Indigenous peoples who call the land home. And so here is the University of North Dakota's land acknowledgement statement. Today, the University of North Dakota rests on the ancestral lands of the Pembina and Red Bake lands of Ojibwe and the Dakota Oyate, presently existing as the composite parts of the Red Lake, Turtle Mountain, White Earth bands, and the Dakota tribes of Minnesota and North Dakota. We acknowledge the people who resided here for generations and recognize that the spirit of the Ojibwe and Oyate people permeates this land. As a university community, we will continue to build upon our relations with the First Nations of the state of North Dakota, the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara Nation, Sisseton Wahpeton Oyate Nation, Spirit Lake Nation, Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, and the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. And our president, Joshua Wynn, signed that into existence on February 7th of 2020. So just recently signed that land acknowledgement statement. So thank you for allowing me to read that. So I am so delighted to follow Troy with his presentation because it so wonderfully sets up the discussion of the Mayflower Compact, celebrating 400 years subsequent, 400 years of U.S. influence on U.S. democracy. And let me go ahead and advance my slides here. There we go. As long as this goes, for some reason, there we go. Okay, good. So I want to acknowledge first, this is my mother, Janet Ernst. You'll see she's wearing a Mayflower medallion. This was when she came out to a presentation that I gave on this topic last year. And I owe my interest in the Mayflower and the Mayflower Compact to my mother and to both of our ancestors. We are descendants of John and Eleanor Billington, and more on them in a little bit. We also were planning to be at this moment out in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and between Plymouth and Boston and Provincetown in 2020. This was before COVID hit, but the General Society of Mayflower Descendants that Kevin spoke about yesterday, they were having a huge meeting. They have a triennial meeting once every 3 years where about 600 people attend. And at this meeting, they were expecting thousands upon thousands. So they were having it in all three of those cities. Unfortunately, due to COVID, it had to be postponed, but we're hoping that it will be held next year. So hopefully we'll be there at this time next year. But this gives me the wonderful privilege to be here with you today to talk about the Mayflower Compact and the US Constitution. So very delighted to be here with you today. see, advancing forward again, we'll talk a little bit. Now, please forgive me as well. I come from a legal background rather than a historical background. So I am going to focus a bit more in on the actual words of the Mayflower Compact and how the Mayflower Compact actually influenced some of the subsequent documents throughout the colonial period. As Troy mentioned, there were hundreds of documents that had that same covenant and compact foundation that was brought over from the covenant heritage in Europe. We'll talk a little bit about the Declaration of Independence, of course, the Revolution, the Articles of Confederation, and then the US Constitution, and throughout that, the evolution of US democracy. As we have learned about through the course of the last couple of days, the Mayflower was originally headed to Virginia. You can see down here, and I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the original destination of the Mayflower was to go to Virginia. Now, they called Virginia at the time, all the way from what we know as Virginia, the settlement of Jamestown Colony, Jamestown, Virginia, et cetera, and what the current state of Virginia is, all the way up through the Hudson Valley. That was all counted as Virginia. So as you heard yesterday, the Pilgrims actually wanted to go to the Hudson River Valley and settle there. And that's where they had their charter from the king, enabling them to settle in the Hudson River Valley. Well, as you know, they got blown off course here and ended up over in Cape Cod. And although they did attempt to sail down the coast and go to where they were originally supposed to be going in the Hudson River, they ran into shoals, they ran into rocky weather, and the captain knew that winter was coming, to say a popular phrase today. And so they went back around inside the Cape, where they knew that they would be a bit more sheltered at least, and would hopefully be able to find a place that they could then inhabit. Well, there were quite a few people on board who were not of the original religious community. So as you heard yesterday, there were several different groups who were aboard the Mayflower. The ones were the saints, and that's who we traditionally think of as the Pilgrims, the religious community who lived in Leiden for about 10 years. And then when they realized that the situation in Leiden was not going to be hospitable for them, they decided to make the trek to the New World. But they also knew that they would not survive if they didn't have additional people there who had trades, who had skills, who would be able to help them build a colony and start basically from anew. And so they brought over along with them people whom they called the strangers, and our ancestors, the Billingtons, were among those strangers. And lo and behold, many of those strangers, likely including John Billington, started making mutinous musings on the Mayflower, saying, well, now, since we are landing in an area far, far north of where your actual patent is, or where the charter from the king is, you actually have no legal authority over us. We made an agreement to go only to the Hudson River, to Virginia. And since you have no legal authority here in this part of the world, we can just go off and we have no obligation to you. We can do whatever we please. And of course, this threatened the very survival of all of the settlers, the prospective settlers. And so this brought about then, before they were allowed to land, this brought about the necessity of creating the Mayflower Compact. So the Mayflower Compact itself was really a happenstance based on the fact that there were several people who were mutinying. So our family likes to take a bit of credit for creating the Mayflower Compact by our ancestor who was a bit rebellious. So let's take a look here at the Mayflower Compact itself. Again, forgive me for liking to get into the actual wording, but I think it is very important. So it starts off, in the name of God, amen. And sorry, the pictures here are a little bit over the actual Mayflower Compact itself. So it says, we whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereign, Lord King James, by the grace of God, of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith, etc., having undertaken for the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith and honor of our king and country, a voyage to plant the first colony in the northern parts of Virginia. You see, they do say here that they're in the wrong place, right? Do by these presents solemnly and mutually in the presence of God and one another, covenant, there's that term covenant that Troy just talked about, and combine ourselves together in a civil body politic for our better ordering and preservation, and for the furtherance of the ends aforesaid, and by virtue hereof to enact, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, constitutions, and offices from time to time, as shall be thought most meet and convenient for the general good of the colony, unto which we promise all due submission and obedience. In witness whereof, we hereunder subscribed our names at Cape Cod the 11th of November in the year of our reign of our sovereign Lord King James of England, France, Ireland the 18th, and Scotland the 54th, Anno Domini 1620. And of course, the signature of the 41 adult males were there as well. So let's break this up a little bit. First of all, a lot of times we think of the Pilgrims as fleeing England and fleeing the crown and fleeing the subjugation of the government and the church, right? They were feeling that they were persecuted. And you heard about some of that persecution yesterday in the conversations that were had. However, here they are attesting that they are loyal subjects of King James and that they're doing this for the honor of king and country, and acknowledging this is the year of the reign of their Lord Sovereign King James. So they're actually acknowledging and attesting that they are loyal subjects of King James in particular. Let's also look here again. We often think of the Pilgrims as being these forebearers of freedom of religion and the separation of church and state. But here we see in their founding document, of course, the very first words, in the name of God, amen, and acknowledging the king as the defender of the faith, and having undertaken for the glory of God and the advancement of the Christian faith, and in the presence of God, mutually covenanting to one another. So you see that they're actually reflecting their Christianity right in the document itself. Now, interestingly, if you take a look here, you remember that the Pilgrims were separatists, and therefore that's part of the reason why they were strongly persecuted by the church and by the state, and basically driven out of their country for practicing the religion that they believe. However, here they did not mention the fact that they were separatists, and they did not mention the fact that King James and the Christian church, or the Church of England, that they were trying to break away from them. They were using these very generic terms. And in part, of course, this was so as not to antagonize King James. And so as in part, most likely, to bring in the strangers, who the strangers most likely would have been members of the Church of England and not separatists. And so they wrote a much broader vision of religion into their document. And this religious tolerance, although they weren't entirely tolerant of all religious faiths, they did practice a much greater sense of religious tolerance than had they experienced back in England, and that some of the other colonies practiced in the United States, or in the colonies as well as they developed. Of course, they acknowledged the voyage was in a different area. And here, this is very important as well, because this sets up the governance of the consent of the governed. So again, just as Troy was saying, they do by these presents solemnly and mutually in the presence of God and one another, covenant and combine ourselves together in a civil body politic for better ordering and preservation, and unto which we promise all due submission. So they are adopting a really revolutionary form of government, that they're coming together for the good of the whole, and all together adopting this as a part of this concept of the consent of the governed that Troy mentioned as well. And then here we set forth what they're going to be doing with this. So they're enacting by virtue hereof, they're constituting and framing such just and equal laws, And again, here are those concepts of justice and equality, which again, in the very hierarchical world from which they came in England, the hierarchy of the nobility versus the serfs, and the hierarchy of governance and the hierarchy of the ecclesiastical governance within the church. This was really radical and revolutionary to create just and equal laws for the general good of the colony. So again, I'm going to come back to these themes of the consent of the governed, the freedom of religion, and the just and equal laws, this concept of equality that the Pilgrims were setting forth with respect to the Mayflower Compact. Now, of course, it wasn't entirely all equal, although women, as we heard from our first speakers yesterday, certainly had a much greater voice within the congregation and likely within the governance of the colony. They did not sign the Mayflower Compact. It was all of the adult males except some who were sick. Signed the compact. So there wasn't a complete equality, of course, as we wouldn't expect in that time period, but it was a very, very progressive document for its time. And of course, as we know, they landed on Plymouth Rock. We see here the picture. They had a very, very harsh winter that first winter. Fewer than 50% of their members survived the winter. They had originally elected John Carver as their first governor. He unfortunately passed away that spring after the harsh winter. And of course, the Mayflower departed and went back to England that spring. Upon Governor Carver's death, John Carver, they elected William Bradford, whom, as you heard as well, was then the governor for approximately 30 years, the governor of Plymouth Colony. So on and off. So he was a very, very instrumental person. Now, I want to point out as well that how revolutionary this was, that the Pilgrims created a civil government and elected their governor and elected a civil governor. They did not elect the spiritual leader. William Brewster was their spiritual leader, you see here. They did not choose a theocratic government or a government of the religious leaders. They also did not choose Miles Standish, as was mentioned yesterday. They did not choose an authoritarian government. As Troy was just mentioning, they did not have one single ruler that they put all of their in more of a dictatorship or an authoritarian government ruled by military force by any means. They did not choose him. Instead, they chose William Bradford, John Carver first, and then William Bradford as a civilian government. Again, John Billington, if anyone is interested, I have lots of John Billington stories that are kind of fun. He was known as kind of the rabble-rouser of the Plymouth colony. William Bradford called him a knave and called the whole Billington family the most profane among all of the families in Plymouth colony. So he's quite scandalous. So feel free to ask any questions you have during the question and answer period, and I'd be happy to answer more. We've talked too about the first Thanksgiving, about how crucial the relationship was between the Pilgrims and the Native Americans who were indigenous to that region, and how the Pilgrims could not have survived, the settlers could not have survived. Of course, it's been romanticized, and there's a lot of mythology that has grown up about it that some of our other speakers have talked about, but it's very important to acknowledge. The Plymouth colony then grew. It became more established. New people began arriving in the colony. It had a bit more of an established and regularized form of governance that they were developing. So about 16 years after they arrived, they developed the Pilgrim Code of Law. So they had been governing kind of ad hoc under the Mayflower Compact, but they decided to, and King Charles at the time became king in 1625, and he asked the settlers to go ahead and codify their law. So they came up with the Pilgrim Code of Law. Now you'll notice here on the right-hand side of the page, we have a depiction again of the Mayflower Compact, because again, that was very central to even the Pilgrim Code of Law that 16 years later. And you see down here, this is actually in the Capitol building of the United States. And you see a quote from William Henry Harrison underneath the depiction of the the Mayflower Compact. And it said, "The only legitimate right to govern is an express grant of power from the governed." So again, acknowledging that heritage from the Mayflower Compact, the consent of the governed. So in the Pilgrim Code of Law, the second sentence in the Pilgrim Code of Law, right at the very front of it, said acknowledges the debt to the Mayflower Compact itself, which then at the time was called the Mayflower Combination, or the Plymouth Combination. So, so it says, "Now being assembled according to the said order, and having read the combination, the Mayflower Compact, made at Cape Cod on the 11th of November, 1620, and finding that as freeborn subjects of the state of England," remember, they're still calling themselves loyal subjects of the state of England, "we hither came endowed with all the singular privileges belonging to such. In the first place, we think good that it be established for an act according to the due privileges of the subject aforesaid," and then this is the important part in terms of consent of the governed, "that no imposition, law, or ordinance be made or imposed upon us by ourselves or others, at present or to come, but as such as shall be made or imposed upon us by consent." So again, that consent of the governed, going on through some of these important documents that were the founding codes within the colonies. The Pilgrim Code of Law, in addition to reaffirming this consent of the governed, reaffirms this concept of equality. For example, taxes shall be laid upon the whole without partiality. So as the freeman be not spared for his freedom, but the levy be equal. Again, that concept of equality. The code required the governor to swear an oath, my Girl Scout honor here, the Girl Scout sign, but to faithfully, equally, and indifferently to administer justice in all cases coming before you as governor. Each assistant to the governor also swore an oath to faithfully, truly, and justly assist the governor for the execution of justice in all cases and toward all persons coming before you without partiality. Again, that concept of equality within the governance. So Plymouth Colony, again, as it was growing and becoming stronger here, they eventually, here we go, I'm getting my notes out here. They also were a bit more tolerant, as I was mentioning before, in terms of religion. And in fact, there's a story of Bradford when some newcomers, they call them, folks who would come after the first settlers came, and they practiced their religion differently. It was still the Christian religion, but they said that according to their Christian religion, they were not supposed to work on the holiday, for example, on Christmas. Whereas under the Pilgrims tradition, they saw no difference because Christ, there was no Christmas at the time. People worked all the way through, so they worked on Christmas Day as well. Well, the newcomers said, according to our religious beliefs, we shouldn't have to work on the holiday. And William Bradford said, okay, we understand that. So you can practice your belief in accordance with your religious beliefs. There's another fun story along with that too. So if anyone is interested in delving a little further in that, we can talk about it. But again, they were a bit more tolerant in terms of religion. You heard just in our last presentation, in the last panel, the complicated relationship between the settlers and the Native American societies and their very sophisticated governments that they had. So I won't go into that in depth, but again, it was a very complicated relationship again with respect to the colonies. So as the Plymouth Plantation, as you know, eventually became absorbed into Massachusetts Bay Colony. By around 1640, there were about 1,000 people. By 1643, there were about 2,000 people. By the mid-1640s, the colony had over 3,000 people. So you could see it was growing quite extensively, not nearly as extensive as the Great Puritan Migration in Boston that we'll mention in a minute. But it was growing quite extensively. And we're very fortunate to have these histories, Mort's relation and the history that William Bradford wrote of Plymouth Plantation, that tells us about the kind of the ascent of the Plymouth Plantation, and then its absorption, kind of decline and absorption into Massachusetts Bay Colony. So let's see. I'm going to make sure that we're getting everything here. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention as well. We tend to call them pilgrims now, but just to reiterate that they did not call themselves pilgrims. Pilgrims was actually only mentioned once in William Bradford's account, saying that the pilgrims came out again of Leiden and came to the New World, but only mentioned it once. They didn't refer to themselves as pilgrims at all. And of course, this was a religious reference, the reference to pilgrims. It wasn't until Daniel Webster, who was a great orator, he gave the speech on the bicentennial celebration of the Mayflower's landing, and he spoke very eloquently about the Pilgrim Fathers, and that's really where this term pilgrim came about. As you heard, the Pilgrims and the settlers all throughout New England, the Pilgrims initially had come, the saints in particular, because of their strongly held religious belief. And they had that religious faith, that religious fervor that according to William Bradford, he really regretted the fact that they lost that, as you heard yesterday. And the newcomers and their progeny, the descendants of the first settlers, really were starting to focus on land and on their economic well-being and on growth. And of course, the desire for land came into that, leading up to the King Philip's War, and the divestment of the first indigenous populations of their land, which again is a very tragic consequence. And of course, we saw that throughout the movement west throughout the history of the United States as well. So some great tragedies there. So I want to acknowledge that as well. All right, so of course we know we're talking about Plymouth Colony and its absorption into Massachusetts Bay Colony, and how Plymouth Colony and the Mayflower Compact initially helped set the stage, but what was going on in some of the other colonies? So let's delve a little bit into that as well. As we know, the Plymouth colony was not the first. There were many attempts at settlement previously. Of course, the South America and Central America was largely inhabited, it's settled, and quite a few settlements already from the Iberian Peninsula, from Spain. Of course, we know that Virginia was the first permanent English settlement. Of course, there had been a few attempts previously, like the settlement at Roanoke. But in 1607, the Virginia settlement was established. And of course, the scarcity and hunger that we talked about, the starving time that our previous speakers talked about, the original settlement of Jamestown was quite unstable. And they actually were, the settlers had gotten aboard ships and they were about ready to leave when the supply ships came, the resupply ships came from England and convinced them to turn around and go back. And so that's why Jamestown actually existed then still, rather than being abandoned. But they actually adopted in 1610 and 1611, they adopted a code of laws. So this was before the Mayflower Compact. It was before the Pilgrim Code of Laws. So again, we have this precedent here in Virginia as well. And they actually had adopted their House of Burgesses in 1619. And they had the very first workers' strike because recorded in colonial America, the first people who were able to vote were only the English males. And the Polish artisans, who were also in the colony, they went on strike because they weren't allowed to vote, and they actually conceded. And so the artisans then were, the male artisans of Polish descent and Slovak descent, were granted equal voting rights. So you can see this trend of equality in the Americas as well. Of course, we know too that equality was tempered by slavery. The first slaves were brought to Jamestown in 1619. We heard a lot about that during the 400th anniversary of the establishment of slavery in the United States last year. Okay, so the sister colony, just to the north of them, Massachusetts Bay Colony. This is John Winthrop. Again, they were a bit more theocratic. They only allowed people within the established church, the Puritan church, to vote. So that very much narrowed the citizenship within the Puritan colony. So they really had more of a theocracy. John Winthrop actually wrote into the first Book of Laws, or Book of Liberties, excuse me. It's called the Book of Liberties, but he wrote into the Book of Liberties. He ensconced the institution of slavery, unfortunately, in Massachusetts. And so slavery, a lot of people don't realize that about a third of the slave owners at the time that the US Constitution was written, about a third of the slave owners were actually in the northern colonies or the northern states. Of course, they were, Massachusetts Bay Colony was also a bit less tolerant, more theocratic, less tolerant of other religions. They really persecuted, this is Anne Hutchinson and Roger Williams, who were persecuted to such an extent that they left and founded Rhode Island. Roger Williams believed staunchly in religious freedom, in the separation of church and state, and also in fair dealings with American Indians, and also the abolition of slavery. So his views were not tolerated, and so he left. Anne Hutchinson was tried as well, and she had to leave as well. She believed in equal rights for men and women, and had her own way of interpreting the Bible. And so she left and helped to start the colony of Rhode Island as well. Of course, the fundamental orders of Connecticut came about. Similarly, John Haynes and the Puritan minister Thomas Hooker were driven out of Massachusetts because of their different beliefs. They adopted the fundamental orders of Connecticut, which again gave voting rights. They had a written constitution. They believed much more in freedom of religion. So again, that was an important theme in Connecticut. William Penn received a patent from the king to establish a colony, Pennsylvania, which was, and he was of the Society of Friends, the Quakers. So they were very, very tolerant of religion. And he established the frame of government in Pennsylvania that ensured freedom of religion, guaranteeing all traditional rights enjoyed by English subjects. He created a balance of powers to prevent rulers from becoming authoritarian. And we heard from Troy how important that was as well. And many of the Puritans had that as well in their compact theory. Of course, not all was good and equal and tolerant. Again, going back to Massachusetts Bay Colony, we know of the Salem witch trials in the late 1600s. But fortunately, this was the dawning as well of the Age of Enlightenment, otherwise known as the Age of Reason. And so we have all of these philosophers here who are really picking up on this covenant theory of both religious organization and political organization that Troy Smith just talked about, and really taking that and making it popular in terms of the philosophy and the political philosophy. So we see here John Locke. John Locke wrote about the social compact. He wrote about the idea that the government needs to be only with the consent of the governed. And he argued for liberty and religious tolerance and the right to life and property. And was a very influential person both on Americans and in the American Revolution and on the French Revolutions. So you can see here John Locke, John Locke was born in 1632. This was 12 years after, when he was a baby, 12 years after the Mayflower Compact. And of course, the Mayflower Compact and those ideals were traveling back and forth across the continent in terms of this ideal of compact, both for religious societies and political societies. So we see here Thomas Hobbes, Immanuel Kant, Sir Isaac Newton, Voltaire, Rousseau, and also our friends Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson. The colonial governments were adopting these theories of the Age of Enlightenment as well. This is in colonial Williamsburg in Virginia. And they were adopting all of these philosophies in their governance systems and in their colonial documents, just as Troy was saying as well. Now, King George, had again, they, as Troy was saying, there was really a laissez-faire or hands-off from the crown to the colonies during the initial parts of the initial time of the colonial government. However, King George, when he came into power, he wanted to establish a more favorable balance of trade to England and less favorable to the colonies. He also wanted to raise taxes on the colonies because of various wars that were going on. So he instituted the Stamp Acts and the tax on tea that we've heard about. Well, in 1765, John Adams, one of the founders of our country, started publishing a series of articles railing against the Stamp Acts, and he referred back to the Pilgrims. He referred back to those who escaped from England and escaped the oppression, and so was starting to draw upon the early settlers and even the Pilgrims to say, hey, wait a minute, we don't want to have this oppressive ruling from the king. And in fact, we should not have taxation without representation. They shouldn't be imposing these things on us. You've all, I'm sure, heard of the Boston Tea Party that happened in 1773. The Continental Congress started this confederation, again, of all of the different states, or all of the different colonies initially, came together for the first time in a Continental Congress to say, hey, we need to start figuring out how we can push back against the oppressiveness of the king coming over from England. And of course, we had the start of the American Revolution. The Continental Congress told all of the colonies that we are looking toward the possibility of independence. So encouraged the colonies to start developing their own, not only declarations of independence. So the Virginia Declaration of Rights came before, just a few months before, and influenced our own Declaration of Independence. And the colonies were also starting to write their own constitutions. And then, of course, we have our own framers of government who were deeply, deeply influenced by all of these colonial documents that were espousing the consent of the governed, the separation of church and state, the freedoms and equalities and liberties, the separation of powers within those governments. So, as you know, Thomas Jefferson and others wrote the Declaration of Independence, which again, some of this language that they're created equal. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. And I'm almost going to wrap up here. That they are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, among those life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And that to secure these rights, governments are deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Of course, we had the initial Articles of Confederation, which was very weak, and that threatened to tear the fledgling nation apart with Shays' Rebellion, etc. And so we had the actual Constitutional Convention in 1787, written again by Ben Franklin and George Washington, whom we, as you heard, were very highly influenced, by the way, by the Native American confederations in developing their constitutions. So we owe a great debt to our Native American heritage as well for our own constitution. Again, the Constitution itself ensconced the separation of powers, checks and balances intended to prevent authoritarian power in one ruler. It was somewhat representative, much more so than in Europe. However, not really representative as we think about it today. Only white male property owners, or only about 6% of the population, were allowed to vote. But it was the seeds of democracy, the seeds of more equality. And then they also talked about the fact with separation of church and state and freedom of religion. In the Article 6, no religious test shall be required as a qualification of any office or public trust in the United States. And of course, the First Amendment with the Establishment Clause, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Of course, you see, we don't have much equality here. Of course, we had slavery. You see the slaves being imported over on the boats, which were even more horrific circumstances than the hardships you heard about on the Mayflower. It wasn't until the Civil War that we finally had emancipation, and the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, the 14th Amendment, which gave equality, and the 15th Amendment, the right to vote. So here's the 14th Amendment guaranteeing the equal protection of laws. Of course, as we know, that equal protection of laws was not quite equal. It still wasn't until 1920 that women, both African-American women and white women and other women, were allowed to vote until the 20s. And it wasn't until 1923 that Native Americans even were granted citizenship. Those who were members of sovereign tribes, they weren't even considered citizens of the United States, so they weren't allowed to vote. So of course we know that there are many, the Constitution wasn't perfect. There were many flaws. Of course, no society is a perfect society. However, this great American experiment and the striving toward perfection and striving toward equality and justice and all of these values that the Pilgrims first brought over was so important. In fact, so much so that Alexis de Tocqueville came over from Europe and to examine the American experiment. And he said that the situation of equality in America is so much greater than anything in Europe. Again, as you heard Troy talking about this in our last session. And part of this is because of civil society and the value that Americans place on being involved in their government and involved in civic society and civic organizations. This is where people sometimes ask, don't I get depressed, or, you know, with how divisive things are in our country today, and many things break my heart and are imperfect in the United States, and we still need to work on greater strides toward these values that the Pilgrims brought over. But there's so many organizations and entities, including the Utah Valley University Center for Constitutional Studies, and all of you participating, all of the students. These are some of our students who just graduated. I know there are many students on the call. And I'll leave with, when I was initially writing this paper and gave the presentation, Judge Ralph Erickson, who kindly allowed me to share this, he wrote an email to me saying, "Thanks for being willing to bring this to the fore. I'm convinced that if each of us had a better understanding of the Magna Carta, the English Bill of Rights, the Mayflower Compact, the Fundamental Orders of Connecticut, Articles of Confederation, Virginia Declaration of Rights, the Northwest Ordinance, we would much better understand the Constitution and the liberties it guarantees to each of us." So I want to thank everyone on this symposium for continuing to shed light on the Mayflower Compact, on our history. Again, hopefully we will delve more deeply from that initial history that many of us learned as children, delve more deeply into that and learn from our descendants about the importance of our history. And so again, I want to thank all of you. I'm sorry I went over a little bit over on time, but thank all of you so much. This has been an amazing conference, and I really appreciate the ability to talk with you here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ernst, for your fantastic presentation. For those of you who want to know more, we have a link on our website, on the website for this conference. If you scroll down to the schedule and look next to Professor Ernst's line in the schedule, if you click on her title, the title of her talk today, it will take you to her paper from which she drew her remarks, which is entitled Mayflower Compact, Celebrating 400 Years of Influence on U.S. Democracy. It's a fantastic paper and just really goes what she's presented today, developments throughout United States history in kind of whistle-stop fashion. She really delves into them much more. And so I think those of you who want to know more have a great opportunity to go and read her paper. So thank you very much for that. We've now come to the question and answers portion of this session. So if you'd like to submit a question, we still have time to get them in. You can do it in the comments section on the YouTube feed for this session, or you can email us at constitution@uvu.edu. So I think we have our panelists with us. If you could unmute, and we've already got quite a few questions coming in. First question, this is for, well, I think we'll or for Dr. Smith, how do you reconcile the idea of covenants being consensual when people are born into them without consent?
That's a good question. And that's part of why the covenants over time become more tacit than explicit. When you're born into it, you grow up in it, you become a part of it, but it's not until you take you're old enough to become a citizen and to start voting where you have that choice. You choose to be a part of it. The idea goes back to Socrates, and what Plato wrote about Socrates, and when he was in jail, condemned to death for corrupting the youth, right? A friend came to him and said, "Hey, you could leave. We can break you out. We've made a deal with the jailer." And Socrates' response was, "I was free to leave at any time during my life, but I chose to stay. And in choosing to stay, I chose to abide by the laws of the city," which meant that I could try to change the laws I disagreed with, but I was subject to the laws and I need to take them even if the decisions are unjust. And so to a certain extent, to the extent that we stay, that we participate, that we are actively engaged, we are endorsing the covenant, the compact of that system. Abraham Lincoln made a similar argument about the importance of obeying the law, even if you disagree with it. And he hated slavery, but he wasn't in favor of radical rebellion to overthrow that. He said, work within the system. Now, Martin Luther King Jr. gives us a different aspect to that. He agrees as well that we need to, if we agree to the laws, then we are part of that community and that society. He was willing to push it to the extent of breaking the laws and suffering the punishment, but in hopes that in doing that, it would strike the conscience of the people that these laws were unjust and needed to be changed. So the short answer is that to the extent that you remain and you participate in the system, you are buying in and you're accepting it. And the system is done well. It allows you to speak up, to be heard, and to influence and change the system in the ways that change the things that you don't like.
Very good. Professor Ernst, do you want to add anything to that, or are we?
No, let's go to another question.
Okay, so and we've had quite a few questions for you, Professor Ernst, centering on religious freedom. So I think I have one that encapsulates many of them. It says, Professor Ernst, you've explained the admirable level of religious tolerance that the early Plymouth colony demonstrated. Did this heritage last into the following generations, or was it more short-lived?
Okay, thank you very much. That's a great question. And it really varied from colony to colony. You saw with respect to Plymouth colony, how there was a greater degree of toleration, although they were still somewhat intolerant. So they were kind of in the middle. The Massachusetts Bay colony, again, you saw with the Salem witch trials, it practiced an extreme amount of theocracy and religious intolerance toward others. And you can see in some of the other colonies in Rhode Island, in Connecticut, in Pennsylvania, how there was a much greater extent of religious freedom and a very great emphasis on the separation of church and state and on tolerance of all religions. So there was a diversity. It's not just one set mold. And of course, it ebbed and flowed over time as well. Interestingly, with the framers of the US Constitution, you'll notice in their verbiage, for example, they used the word creator in the Declaration of Independence. They did not use a specifically Christian term even. Many of the terms they used was the great architect or the great governor. Or the deity or divine providence. So they were referring to religion, but not necessarily specifically imposing a particular Christian view or one particular, Puritan or Anglican or what have you. So they really, really broadened the concept of religion, and you'll notice that in the original Constitution, the only reference to religion was the fact that there would be no religious tests. So anyone of any religion could come to could take an oath of office. You wouldn't have impose any particular religion on that. And then, of course, in the First Amendment are the Establishment Clause, which Thomas Jefferson, then the separation of church and state is actually not written into the Constitution. Many of us think that because that's such a common phrase. But Thomas Jefferson, when he was written a letter by Baptists, I believe it were, who were being persecuted, and they were concerned about that. And when Thomas Jefferson then became the third president of the United States, he wrote to him, hoping that he would preserve religious liberties. And that's when he wrote a letter back. And that's where that phrase, the separation of church and state, came about. So I could go on and on, but I'll hold off there.
No, thank you. And as a researcher of Roger Williams, I would point even further back to his ideas on he has a metaphor of the garden and introduced this notion of separation of church and state. And so yes, it was carries forward from that period. Student question for Professor Smith. How did the proto-liberal ideas of covenant theory influence thinkers such as Hobbes, Locke, or other liberal theorists? Or did these later theorists develop their ideas separately?
Clearly influenced Hobbes. His social contract, a covenant, he even calls it a covenant, is clearly based in the ideas of federal theology. He secularizes it. He transforms the nature of it by, instead of being a covenant that's based with God from Adam and Abraham, he talks about the laws of nature, and that's a secularization of the ideas that gives us our current modern idea of natural law. But that's quite a bit different. But his essential ideas of that social covenant, the social compact, is really based in federal theology, and the others as well. They are drawing on that tradition. It's quite powerful and influential in their societies at the time.
Okay, thank you. And I think a final question for both of you. Could you elaborate as to the intended scope encapsulated by the contemporary understanding of equality for the Pilgrims?
Can you read that again?
Yes. Could you elaborate as to the intended scope encapsulated by the contemporary understanding of equality for the Pilgrims?
Okay. So just and equal laws, when they put just and equal laws in the compact. So again, I wish I could go back in time and hear their debates that they had and really see hear what they thought about these ideas. And particularly, for example, none of the women signed the Mayflower Compact, but as we heard in the very first panel yesterday, women were expected to be were expected to know how to read, and were expected to contribute to both the church governance and the civil governance, and were expected to participate fully in society. So, I could not hazard a guess in terms of what their actual conversations were around that, and if they might, some of them even have wanted to push even further with respect to equality. But I think the seeds of equality certainly was not the equality that we have today, meaning that all of the women, it would have been unheard of, for example, for a woman to be elected governor. I would hazard a guess. The historians would be much more likely to, but I think I'm pretty safe in saying that. So I don't think it was the equality as we conceptualize it today. And even in the Constitution, it was not equality as we conceptualize it today. And the Declaration of Independence, where they say all men are created equal, obviously they use the phrase men, and 20% of the United States were enslaved at the time. So they did not have that conceptualization of equality that we have today. But it was on this continuum, this growth, this planting the seeds and let it grow in terms of that that part of our political philosophy that we have today as well.
The idea of equality within the covenant is that the people entering into the covenant are equals, and there isn't a superior subordinate relationship between them, but that they approach each other as equals in entering into that relationship. Now, what comes after that, right? How people use the covenant relationship to benefit themselves, right? Some people will, emphasize material wealth, and some people may emphasize knowledge and other sorts of things. So you're going to get economic inequality. The idea is not, equality across the board all the way. The idea is that we are equals as individuals, and we can both enter into this relationship as equals, binding. One of the terms of ideas of freedom is that you are free to be able to bind yourself. In other words, you don't have a master who's bound you and determining what you can do. And so as equals, you enter into that covenant, but then what happens with that, right, is going to vary considerably, but you're still going to be treated as an equal before the law within the community and within the society. And I think it's important to point out that this is radical. This is, in their day and age, they have gentlemen, and they have men and women and servants, right? There's a very hierarchical system. In fact, Howland on the Mayflower was a servant, and yet, as Julia pointed out, he is treated as an equal in the system, before the system. So that's a radical leveling, but it's before the law. It's as in the relationship. It's not necessarily in the economics and other things that come after.
Thank you. And thank you both for your excellent presentations and for taking time to field questions from our viewers. Thank you for this session. It's been fantastic. Just been the chatter here in the center has picked up as you've been speaking. So thanks very much for that. And we want to thank all of you for joining us for this conference. We are now at the end of our Mayflower Constitution Week conference. We hope you've enjoyed the presentations. We again thank all of those who are involved in organizing the conference. We thank our colleagues here at the university for the infrastructure that allowed us to do this remote conference. And we thank most of all of our presenters. You will have a chance to review presentations. Next week, we will have the recordings of the sessions on our YouTube channel. If you'd like to be notified when those recordings are available, please subscribe to the Center for Constitutional Studies YouTube channel, and you should receive a notice when the recordings, after you've had a chance to parse them and edit them, will be uploaded to our site. So with that, on behalf of my colleagues here at the Center for Constitutional Studies, we thank you for joining us for this session, and we thank you for joining us these last 2 days for this conference, reflecting on the Mayflower and the 400th anniversary of her momentous voyage. Thanks very much, and join us again.